There we go. Welcome.
Strike y'all a Street Fighter 3.
Welcome to the world of Street Fighter 3. Prepare for battle. Yeah, well, I got the feature. Yeah, I've been waiting for this. Prepare to strike, now! Are you ready? Go! Welcome to the world of the Street Fighter 3. Yeah, I'm aware of the battle. I got to appreciate it. Yeah, that makes sense.
行くわよ。コーダンとリニア。
Prepare to strike. Now. Are you ready? Go!
Hello, Ari.
You
How are
win.
you? Cieszę.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this. Fighters ready. Engage.
Pretty okay. I'm trying to get in contact with an LGBT group. I'm gonna go kill the dude tomorrow. Isn't that Heh. Whoop. Whoop. Oh, this is so annoying. I don't like reliability.
Fighters ready. Engage. You win.
Yeah. Wanna be talking about refugees?
Yeah, that makes
Or
sense.
maybe
準備はいい？
Prepare to strike.
not many viewers. You know why? Because President Sunday stole all of them. Such is the fate of being of President Sunday, quote unquote, far better. President Sunday viewers just go to President Sunday and all the viewers just hang out in the Discord instead of watching. Oh, we'll stand there.
Fighters ready. Engage.
And you know what? You chose me. You chose me. I have one person that chooses me and nobody else. Thank you. You choose the Lucy experience. Which is why you get to choose what we do first. As the most loyal viewer of them all. You get to choose what we do. Tell me
You
what you
win.
want me to do first and I'll do it. Provided it's TOS friendly.
Bonus stage. Begin.
Robert Fico.
Yeah,
I
that
actually
makes sense.
read his name incorrectly. I always said Fico, but it's Fico. Robert Fico.
Fighters ready. Engage.
So I kept saying his surname incorrectly. It seems. Because I heard it said on the Polish news today, and they said Fico. And I kept reading it as Fico.
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
So that's interesting. Okay, let's go to the Fico.
You win.
Yatta! Oh, Wick. Let's see. What's Wick been up to?
Yeah, I see.
Jesus. Should I call it to Wick? Of all people?
Into the heat of battle. Go for
So
it.
tempted to call him to Wick. I'm so tempted to call him to Wick. Oh god. Street Fighter 3. Third strike. Oh no, I mean if you want to. I sort of do. I'm so tempted. Oh god, I'm so tempted.
Into the heat of battle. Go for it. You win.
Oh, so tempted.
That's what I expected. Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
Do you think I shouldn't call into it? Do you think that's a bad idea?
Into the
Call
heat
him
of
out on
battle.
his
Go
bad
for it.
take. I actually don't know if it's a bad idea or not, but I would suggest me some topics.
You win.
Not weakness, you did Robert Fico coverage including like this. I mean I'm gonna cover Robert Fico. Wicked starting stream on 6 EST, so
Begin.
oh. As you can see, I suck at parrying. As you can see, I suck at parrying. Supposed to parry. No, I mean topic with Wick. If I'm gonna ambush him, I have to have a topic. I'm gonna ambush Wick, the streamer.
Well, I got the picture.
That's right.
宙に這うよ
Into the heat of battle. Go for it.
Oh damn. Okay. Like what?
Prepare to strike. Now.
Wow, so well. Oh. Woo! I did it.
Final round. Go for it.
Oh shoot. Right. That was a close one, that's right. Uh-oh. Woo!
You win.
Okay, we won. Or maybe Zanderhall is doing a call-in announcement. I'm going live right now. I'm covering Trump promising to worsen climate change by axing eco policy. Reacting to detailed videos about Gamergate 2 chat has wanted me to cover it, going over couples allegedly being exposed for misusing eco-friendly money, and much more. And New Vegas after... Come on, everybody's playing New Vegas
That
now.
makes sense.
Hello, Vevotro.
宙に這うよジャンボ
Fighters ready.
Oh,
Engage.
Vevotro, I have a question for you. Because I've watched Kevin Logan cover the Ribbentrop Molotov. I saw you in the audience. Have you seen me cover the Ribbentrop Molotov? Have you seen the Polish? You just watched the Americans and the Brits cover it. Have you seen the actual Polish person cover it? You know, the person that's affected. The affected party.
ためらえば負けよ
Hmm?
Into the heat of battle. Go
Oh
for
my
it.
god, shame! The actual affected by a party, by the treaty. Listen, my family lived under the Nazi occupation. My great-grandfather was shot in the Warsaw Ghetto. It's all relevant stuff. And nobody's interested in the... Nobody's interested in the Polish person's input on the matter. Interesting. Interesting how that works, you know? Very interesting. One of those rare times when I can give input and nobody cares. I just
Final round.
I just shrug my hands. I just throw my hands up in the air. I just throw my hands up in the air. Everybody listens to the Americans. Everybody listens to the Brits. But who cares about a Polish person that does history, that could talk about the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? In a whole video, listen, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry to my chat of 2 people. 4. I'm gonna cry and complain now, okay? My segment called, which I've been warned about this title actually, believe it or not. My segment called Hakim Educates Polish Person on Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact has 130 views. It didn't even break 200 views. Okay? I think I have a reason to cry and complain about it, right? I think I have the right to cry and complain about it, you know? That's right, Fico was blasted. Oh, by the way, I kept saying the name wrong. Apparently it's not Fico, it's Fico. Apparently it's actually Fico. That's how I heard the name pronounced on the Polish media. It's not a rumor, it's been confirmed. The shooter has been apprehended. It wasn't a rumor. 71-year-old person. So yeah. Like I'm the only person, okay? I'm the only person that has covered the Ribbentrop-Molotov video. I know Lonerbox is gonna cover it now. I saw the whole announcement. So I'm gonna be the only person, okay, that's actually, let's see him do it. I'm what you call it?
People just take the piss. Nah, I feel like if it's not broken, don't fix it. Hey, there it is again. It's kind of speaking to me. Okay, fine. No, what I actually need. No, what I actually need is a good laptop for streaming. Because
I've
heard that a lot of laptops are not reliable for streaming, and I don't know why.
I'm sniping Lonerbox. Hold on. Oh, Where's the thing? We're gonna snipe longer box. Where's my little... And then we're gonna do the Fika thing. Scotland, another, yeah,
This is a
another
fake review
thing.
website.
Another thing that has another perspective that's to look
Okay.
over the Polish one.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna add
I'm such a boomer, man. Fuck it. PC World. They have an article from the associate editor. Look, she's tech savvy. Look at her. She probably typed this up in the office in a beanie bag. She was sitting in a bean bag when she typed this. She took 3 days off when Steve Jobs died. Ooh. I would like keys that glow. That would be cool.
There you go.
Cons, very... okay, dude. Okay.
Here you go. I'm gonna add him and write him.
White, like Elton John playing the piano. Am I Elton John on a laptop? Huh? Molotov Ribbentrop, that's Lucy's specialty, apart from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Nice.
That's right.
Well, I've actually been led to believe that it's Hakim's specialty because he's got the big video about it. Actually, it didn't even do that well. I don't know. It's almost as if Molotov-Ribbentrop is, to most people, even to communists, is just kind of like an embarrassing blip. That's how it should be seen. You know, often no shame. Okay. Build a PC, it's cheaper. Can I build a laptop? I've never known anyone to build a laptop. That just sounds ridiculous.
I'm gonna build a laptop.
I'm gonna absolutely hate reviewing this video without my notes. Without my scroller working. Oh shit. Ugh.
Notes! I reviewed the video of just the knowledge in my head.
It's so predictable you probably won't need to take many notes. That's fine. I've got my Obsidian timeline here. We're good. All right. So, Hakim, known Marxist-Leninist YouTuber with a Lenin rant-sona. There was never a Hitler-Stalin pact. Interesting. I thought there was. Let's find out.
Okay. We don't have to watch this through, because that would be a very weird move for me to just watch the reaction through my stream. It would be a very scummy move, as they say. Hacking into someone's thing and then that's stealing content, as they say. Announcement. Oh, some new static. Is some new static in the room with us now? In the chat? I guess working with Nazi Germany is a little embarrassing, cringy, then it is a bit, isn't it? Like the best part of the Hakim video, which, listen, being the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth expert that I am, I didn't just glaze over the whole Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth Empire bit, you know? My response video, he actually did a whole rant about the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth because it's one of my main topics. It's one of the main topics of this channel, the history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So yeah. I've been surprised the Brits and the Americans recognized there was a thing, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Most foreigners have no clue. I mean, Kevin Logan is a historian, so. Who summons me? I summon you. To see. Because I saw you put the things in the announcement on the Giggle card. Most people in the Giggle card just mingle in the Giggle card instead of watching the stream. Summoned. That's right. Summoned. Wait, what is this? What is this link? Is it safe for me to click it? Did you ever go already about Poland trying to genocide the... Oh no! Okay, we're gonna walk through it today. Okay, okay. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it.
I'm gonna absolutely hate reviewing this video without my notes. Without my scroller working.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Ugh.
Notes! I reviewed the video of just the knowledge in my head.
I'm gonna absolutely hate reviewing this video.
Listen, being humble is not my greatest trait, okay? I'm not a humble person, okay? Listen.
I'm gonna absolutely hate reviewing this video without
Oh my gosh.
my notes. Without my scroller working. Oh shit.
Listen.
Ugh.
Notes! I reviewed the video of just the knowledge in my head.
I'm...
Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't act like this, but you know, it's my nature. It's the human thing. Jesus. Let me click on the link again. I want to watch it. I'm gonna show. Listen, I'm gonna show this, even though it happened just a few seconds ago on the stream.
I'm gonna absolutely hate reviewing this video without my notes. Without my scroller working. Oh shit. Ugh.
Notes! I reviewed the video of just the knowledge in my head.
I'm...
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Some New Static. Thank you for this. My stream keeps pausing, so if I don't respond it because guy got distracted. Okay. Jesus. Wow. Wait, you did? Really? Oh my god. Oh my god, where? Where did you put it? Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Where did you put it? In other videos? No. Ugh. In other videos? The general chat. Oh boy. Did anybody respond? No, nobody cares. Nobody cared, thank God. There's a thing called other videos, and you put videos there. Hello. Oh my gosh. Wow. What happened? I got clipped. Got clipped out of context. That's what happened. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Ugh. Kind of thought the Demon Mama was gonna stream today. She not. Luke Sanders streaming. And also... God. No? President Sunday streaming right now. That's why so little amount of people are watching me, because President Sunday stole all my viewers. But Wivatra is here. Oh. Sandra Hall and the Serfs are streaming as well. Oh yeah! Now that there is more people here, Wivatra. Those aren't loyal viewers though, true. So I'm thinking of calling into Wick today. What do you think of that idea? He has call-ins today. No, he just has call-ins today. So I'm thinking of calling in to Wick TV. I'm gonna read you what he wrote. There's no topic. It's just, everyone, hey gang, 6 p.m. EST we go live for another episode of Get It Off Your Chest. A call-in show where you, yes you, can call in and talk to me about, well, whatever you like. Hate my politics takes? Call in. Hate my D&D takes? Call in. Hate my face? Call in. Yeah, I can talk about whatever. So write in the chat what topics you want me to talk about, and I call in. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna talk about all the topics that you want me. Preferably, I know. Preferably. Preferably, Oh my gosh. Now I'm hesitating, but preferably donate $5 before you give me a topic, okay? Donate $5 and tell me what I should donate with Wick about. But if you don't have $5, then just write a topic that you want me to debate. Well, not debate. I don't know. Talk to Wick about. Zoomer historian. I don't know. Feels like Zoomer historian is a Nazi apologist, not just a chud. He's like a Nazi apologist more than just a chud. I don't know. We'll watch it without notes. Again, with the knowledge in my head. Okay? Gonna watch it with the knowledge in my head. Which is very interesting because I can draw on my own family history. Because my family was Jewish German people. Jewish Germans, believe it or not. It's complicated. It was complicated. Do you have any specific things Wick said that you want to get into? No, it's anybody can call in. Anybody can call in. Do you have any specific thing Wick said? Well, Wick didn't say anything about me. You're asking if I have any specific thing Wick said that I... Oh, okay. There's a comma missing, okay? There's a comma missing in that sentence. This is too good for notes, right? Yeah. True. No notes. True. Oh, well, you want me to debate Israel-Palestine when my Israel-Palestine conflict knowledge is super small. In my head. Oh gosh. Write me topics for Wick. Please. I beg you. And then I'm gonna call in. And then I'm gonna be having this talk about stuff. I'm gonna debate Wick. And then everybody's gonna react to it. Especially President Sunday because it's Wick. You could tell the story of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I'm not sure if people are gonna be interested in that. Unless I sort of, I don't know. Unless I connect it to the story of the Hor Hakim video. Nobody wants to give me a topic for Wick TV. So I guess it should be something you rant about. Have I ranted about anything Wick related? Maybe I should ask Wick what's the deal with his beef with President Sunday? What does he think about Ukraine? Should I ask him what he thinks about Ukraine? I thought they were friends. Well, no. They're not friends. I don't think. They're not really friends. They've not been friends for a long time. Should ask him about Sunday. Definitely. True. As the President Sunday orbiter, I have to ask, right? As the President Sunday orbiter. Should I ask Wick about Progressive Victory and what his role in it is? Should I be like, Wick, what is your role in Progressive Victory? Because I have heard President Sunday criticize you. Should I do it? Or would it be like a sour topic or something? I don't like going after PV. I'm not going after PV. Should I ask him about Brianna Wu and the leaks? Should I ask him about the new Brianna Wu leaks? Where Brianna Wu basically was insulting a trans masked man. Yeah, apparently there are new leaks. I reacted to President Sunday's video about the new leaks. Yes, there are actually new leaks. Brianna Wu. Jesus. I mean, isn't Wick okay with people denying the Holocaust? Like, oh, if they deny it and can argue it, you think it's worth listening to them? Wait, did Wick actually say that? Can you find me the clip of Wick actually saying that? No, I need to see that. I need to see the clip of Wick saying that. She's not been with Progressive Victory for a while now. Transphobic movies? What do you mean? Yeah, but there's a difference in my mind between having a dog debate and Holocaust denial. You know? Like, let me... Like, there is certain things that are just not a topic of debate. Okay? And the Holocaust, being real or not, is just settled. It's not a topic of debate. So it shouldn't be entertained as a debate. Because if you entertain it as a debate, that means that the deniers have something worthy to say on the subject. You know? That it's still debatable. But it's not. It's settled fact. You know? Ridiculous. I'm gonna ask about him. I'm gonna ask him about that, definitely. Get really mad at him. True! I'm gonna get like this. You dummy, dum dum. You dummy, dum 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 dum. I like this. I'm gonna get so mad. So mad. Like I'm laying an egg or something. I'm gonna get mad like I'm about to lay an egg. I remember he said as long as you could argue the case, it was worth entertaining it. But you cannot argue your case. There's nothing to argue. It's settled fact. What case can you argue? You know? How do you make a case against settled fact? You just make stuff up, which, okay, you can make stuff about anything, but that's... what's the point of debating fiction? Fictional what-if scenarios. where the Holocaust didn't happen. I'm gonna push him on this. I'm gonna be like, hey, Wick. I think it was when he had the Holodomor debate. Wick had a Holodomor debate? With whom? Wait, hold on. Wick had a Holodomor debate? But I promised Aris that I would do the Fico thing. The Fito thing first. So we're gonna definitely do the Fito thing first. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, I remember this. That happened. Non-smoker versus Sanso. Wait, non-smoker? Hold on. Oh, I want to click on this now. Non-smoker?
Was just it spirals out.
That guy that kept... That guy from the panels? That guy that argued that no aid should be given to Ukraine? That non-smoker? We're watching this today. That guy had a Holodomor debate? Wait, what? What did non-smokers say about the Holodomor? Does non-smoker argue that the Holodomor was not a thing or something? House passes Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. Attack on free speech or... Oh, Jesus, Wick. Sansai probably denied it. If they actually debate. I don't... Listen. Non-smoker is very anti-Ukraine. Aggressively anti-Ukraine. So I sort of doubt non-smoker argued that the Holodomor was a genocide. Non-smoker is a piece of crap, to be quite honest with you. I'd love to get out on a panel with that person. Maybe if Wig does a panel on Ukraine next, I'm gonna be able to be on a panel with non-smoker. You know how I'm usually nice to people? You know how I'm usually cordial, very nice, very polite? I was polite and nice to Chad Logic. Okay? And I'm not sure if I'd be polite to non-smoker. I'm just gonna put it out there. I can be polite to Chad Logic, no problem. But I'm not sure if I'd be polite to non-smoker. To be quite honest. He's been on panels with Demon Mama too in the past. He's like a weird contrarian anti-liberal or something. It's just... I don't respect that person at all. I just don't respect that person. Okay, let's... Okay, we're gonna do some reacting today, it seems. Holy moly. Let's go. Let's go. I do have a topic now. but give me more. And, you know. Okay, let's go. Oof, still fighting for life. What media outlet should we select for this piece of news? Ooh, Polish site it is. We're gonna go with a Slavic site to sort of, you know, the balance of the media. I think Polish media deserve a chance to sort of, right, to shine a bit. So as I've been riding to the city on my little bus to take care of things today, to get in contact with some organizations, and specifically one LGBT organization to sort of talk about refugees. Speaking of which, I'm going to be going there tomorrow morning as well. I've heard news. Someone called me on the phone and said, hey, Mr. Slovak has been shot. You know? Fico. I've been pronouncing his name incorrectly all this time, it seems. And there's been, of course, a lot of speculation about Robert Fico, Robert Fico, the very anti-Ukraine politician, the quite pro-Russian politician, who has under his belt statements such as border integrity is a nice political theory, but in practice, actually, Ukraine will never get Crimea back. In practice, Donetsk and Luhansk are going to be Russian, and stuff like that, you know? And of course, he stopped all aid to Ukraine. Very, very controversial figure. Oh, and there was a fundraiser very recently that sort of raised over 4 million euro, which he mocked because Slovakian citizens took matters into their own hands and rose over 4 million euro for aid for Ukraine to give into the Czechoslovakian initiative to buy artillery shells for Ukraine, which, by the way, the Czechoslovakian shells will be sent to Ukraine quite soon. I believe next month or something, which is not as soon as I'd like, but still. Not as soon as I'd like, but still better than nothing. And that politician has been shot today, assassinated. Well, it's not really assassinated successfully since he is still alive and fighting for his life in the hospital. He's in critical condition. I'm not sure if his condition has been stabilized as of yet, but, well, it's happening. The fight for his life is happening. And now we're gonna be taking a look. There's a video. Even react. Look, the video. Just hoping it's short, so look. An apprehended person. See? So yeah, that's it. That's the video. See? There you go. Taken away to the Slovak Prime Minister Robert Fico was shot and wounded in the abdomen after a government meeting on Wednesday, May 15th. Slovak media reported an assassination attempt on Prime Minister Robert Fico was carried out today at the government's off-site meeting in Handlova. The government office said in a statement, Slovak President Zuzana Čaputová, I assume, not Kaputova, and several EU leaders condemned the attack. Shocking news from Slovakia. Robert, my thoughts are with you in this very difficult moment, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk said on X. We'll see. We'll talk about this a bit more now, because this, and yes, there is already sort of the person who has done the shooting has been apprehended, a 71-year-old sort of Slovakian citizen. And already we have many speculation, a lot of speculation as to why this happened, as to who is really responsible, as to what it means for the party that's ruling in Slovakia and its opposition. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of conspiracy theory crafting around this topic. Like, for example, some people say that it's Ukraine. Ukraine is behind this because Slovakia, the Slovakian government has been extremely anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia openly. So it must be Ukraine, you know? Some people claim that it must be Russia. Russia's behind it. Even though this particular politician has been extremely pro-Russian. But the people that say that it must be Russia make the case that since Russia's goal has been recently to destabilize Europe, destabilize this whole part of the world in order to sort of help its efforts divert Europe's attention from Ukraine, that this attempted assassination was carried out by Russia as part of this destabilizing effort. You know? And what I have to say is probably the boring and responsible thing, we should just wait. We should just wait for more information to come out. We cannot know who was really quote-unquote responsible. Maybe nobody was really responsible. Maybe it was just a matter of a Slovakian citizen genuinely not being happy with how the government is run, on how because the society of Slovakia has been quite polarized, from what I know. A polarized society. After all, remember, the fundraiser that for Ukraine has been done by citizens who are not pleased with the government's policy towards the conflict. So there is polarization within society of Slovakia when it comes to issues and when it comes to how things are run. So it might have been really, really frustrated Slovakian citizen. After all, we had a similar sort of kind of thing happen in Japan with Shinzo Abe, no? No? No. We had sort of kind of a thing like that happen, but in Japan it was more successful. I mean, we don't know yet how successful it was in Slovakia. The man is still fighting for his life, so for all we know, This might still end up being a successful assassination. We just don't know. We're just been given a piece of information that this happened. We know who did it, but we don't quite know why yet. At least as far as I know, we've not quite yet glimpsed into the motives. Maybe I'm actually gonna. Okay. The Telegraph. Suspect in Robert Fica assassination attempt was a poet. Was a poet. Oh yeah, that is pretty interesting. That is pretty interesting. Suspect in Robert Fico assassination attempt was a poet who led anti-violence campaign. Juraj Cintura, 71, is reported to have used illegally owned gun to shoot Slovakian Prime Minister. Hold on. I actually heard that the gun was legally owned. So that's already a difference from what I've read/heard about the suspect. Earlier I heard that the weapon was legally owned. That's weird. I'm seeing some RTL. Oh my gosh, RTL. That brings me back. Let's look at the RTL article. Why not? Maybe RTL will sort of clear things up for me. A suspect detained for shooting Slovakia Prime Minister Robert Fico is a 71-year-old writer from the center of the European nation, the Interior Minister said Wednesday after media identified the man. I think I can confirm this, yes, Interior Minister Matus Sutai Estok told reporters when asked about reports identifying the man detained at the scene of the shooting in the town of Handlova, which is a very interesting name for a city, by the way. A gray-haired suspect was seen being handcuffed on the ground just after Fico was shot several times after a government meeting in Handlova. Officials said late Wednesday that Fico, a populist prime minister, was fighting for his life. So what's his condition now? Is it stabilized? I don't even know that. I don't even know if his condition is stabilized or not. There's so many unknowns in this whole story so far. There are just so many unknowns. We definitely know less than more right now. Media reports said the suspect was a founder of the Ducha Rainbow Literary Club and was from the town of Levice. The reports, which also named him, said he has written 3 poetry collections and is a member of the official Association of Slovak Writers. The association confirmed on Facebook that the man had been a member since 2015, adding that if his identity as a suspected shooter was confirmed, the membership of this despicable person will be immediately cancelled. The suspect's son The suspect's son told Slovak news site Actuality SK that he had absolutely no idea what father was thinking, what he was planning, why it happened. He said his father was a legally registered gun owner. Oh, there you go. He said his father was a legally registered gun owner. So the gun could not have been illegal, no? Unless he had a license for some types of guns, but the gun that he had during the assassination was not covered by his license. But that makes no sense. Why would he have a license and take an unlicensed gun to an assassinate? That would make no sense. When asked if he felt any hatred toward Fico, the son said, "I'll tell you this, he didn't vote for him. That's all I can say about it." Damn. Vlasta Kolarova, head of a local library in the man's hometown, told Denik and Daily he was rebellious when he was young, but not aggressive. We are never happy about people being attempted assassinated, okay? We're never happy about that here in this friendly stream. Several political statements by the man who AFP has chosen not to name could be found on social media. The world is full of violence and weapons. People seem to be going crazy, he said in a video 8 years ago posted online. In the video, he also spoke about concern over immigration and hatred and extremism, and said European governments have no alternative to this chaos. He also said in the video that he had founded a movement against violence in Levice, which that part is pretty wild. The person that just went out and attempted to assassinate the prime minister has started a movement against violence. The movement, which also has its Facebook page, defines itself as an emerging political party whose goal is to prevent the spread of violence in society, to prevent war in Europe and the spread of hatred. Well, I would say that this assassination attempt has certainly hampered the prospect of this emerging political party, if it's supposed to be a movement against violence. And the founder basically just went out and tried to assassinate someone. You know? I don't think that's very good PR for the emerging political party. But maybe that's just me. Well, violence is not exactly an answer if you're creating a political party and you call it a movement against violence and you claim that the leading principle of the movement is fighting against the spread of violence in society, and then the founder tries to shoot the prime minister. I'm not sure if it spreads the message of our goal is to prevent the spread of violence in society. Personally, I guess we'll have to wait for the motive. This is a very bizarre story in many ways. We'll see. We'll see how this develops. For now, I have said my piece. I'm not gonna sort of judge this act in one way or the other. Although I must admit that I'm, when it comes to political leanings, when it comes to statements and acts of this particular politician, I am not the biggest fan. I'm not the biggest fan of his statements in the past. I'm not the biggest fan of his actions and towards Ukraine. Especially, I'm not the biggest fan of his words and actions towards Ukraine. So, I guess we've covered it. I guess we've covered the attempt at Fico's life. Yeah, it is very similar to Polish, which is why I was so amused by the name of the city, of the town, Handlowa, which basically mean, I don't know, the trading town, because handel in Polish is trade, and Handlowa would mean in Polish the trading town, which I assume is similar in Slovakian. I assume Handlowa means the same thing in Slovakian as in Polish. So I am pretty amused by the name of the city. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, I'm gonna make my little pitch before we move on to the next thing. Before we go to the next thing, I'm gonna do my little cute pitch, okay? I'm going through orgs dealing with refugees right now. Tomorrow I'm going to an LGBT specific org. Okay, that's right. And once I talked with those, I'm gonna be, because I've eyed a few organizations that sort of deal with refugees and other topics that I'm interested in Kyiv proper. So I might be going there to sort of talk to them. I've been advised by a person who has been helping me to learn Ukrainian. I've been given advice. When you're ever stuck and cannot remember the Ukrainian word, just speak Polish and people understand. What advice? If you ever get stuck, just use Polish. And most of the time you'll do fine. So if you're interested in supporting my effort, then consider donating. Yes, consider throwing a donation my way. And then I'll report on the effects of my efforts in the capital of Ukraine. Change RZ to R and G to CH. Are you talking about Polish and Ukrainian? In that case, change L to the L sound, which used to be pronounced in Polish the way Ukrainians pronounce it, and then it increasingly just became pronounced like W. Wait, toaster cleaner, are you Ukrainian, perchance, or do you just happen to know those things? That is possible. The person could have felt disillusioned. Oh, with Votro, you might be... Wait. How can you be behind... How can you be behind this... Behind on the stream if you're watching it on the side? Yes, happen to know. Oh, so you're not Ukrainian? There is also this rule of the cities' names. Like if you have ów in Polish, then it becomes if in Ukrainian. So Lvov becomes Lviv, Kharkov becomes Kharkiv. I'm just gonna go the other way around. Kraków becomes Krakiv. Dąbrów, I guess, becomes Dąbriv. Although Ukrainian would not use the on, because Ukrainian does not have the letter on. So it would be... I guess Dąbrów would become something like Dabriv. Or something. I assume. Actually, might need to check how Dąbrów is pronounced in Ukrainian. Dabriv, probably, or something. I assume. Am I just commenting on Greater Rain's comment? I tend to feel in recent years a lot of disenfranchisement and disillusionment. Oh, okay. So yeah. Now that we've done this, now that I've done my little pitch to beg for money, which by the way is a great artwork. It works every day for me. This little artwork that's like, please give me money. Okay. This little cute artwork thing. This little cute thing. I'm glad I made good art for you. Thank you. Thank you. You have. Hopefully it will bring me a lot of money. And by the way, let's see. I'm gonna check something. I've started receiving hate comments on my new videos. You know? People are hating on my new video. On my interview with the Polish Catholic person. Jesus. Oh my God. Damn. Well, he didn't freeze. Jesus. Damn. Amazing. Like one of the commenters said, oh yeah, you would hate a man that has a female wife. God. You would hate a Catholic man that has a female wife. Oh, amazing. Jesus. Outrage does seem to garner traffic, so it might be onto something. I guess. Any male wives in the chat? Oh gosh. I mean, they alluded to me being a trans woman. You male, of course you're gonna be mad that a Catholic man has a female wife. Like, sick burn. I mean, if you watch the interview, you will see that the person actually says that the Catholics are the ones that are being oppressed. So you're not far off with the oppressing the poor, battered, straight demographic. I'm a boy wife. I cook and clean round the house. True. True. Isn't Poland practically a Catholic nation? Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. That's what I made the joke about in the Destiny thing, that those Nikos and others should be moving to Poland. And then I said, no, don't move to Poland. And then I ended the joke with, but it is a very Catholic country. It is a super Catholic country. I want to watch this debate. I want to watch that debate about the Holodomor now. Let's watch it. Let's watch the Holodomor thing. And then we're going to call into Wick TV. Because it's almost 6, I think. I believe it's almost 6. Also, I have to take my HRT. Where's the... Oh. Where are my pills? My pills. I need my pills. Oh, Wick. Oh, Wick is already on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm calling in. I'm ready. I'm ready to call in. I did not move on to patch. I have extra gel, which... Where is my gel? Oh well, I'll take the gel later. Don't worry. I take pills and I do the gel. The ointment is an extra apart from the pills. That's an extra thing that I do. Hold on. Let's click on the link. Wick TV. Wick. We're gonna call in because Wick is already in the voice chat. Is Wick already... No, Wick's not already streaming. What a disappointment. But he's already in the pit. He's already in the pit. You're already in the pits, Wick. What's happening? What is happening, Wick? Okay, I'm gonna be back. Hormones up. Yes, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the toilet because immediately the blocker made me wanna pee. Okay. And yes, immediately made me want to pee. So I'll be right back. I'll be so right back. I'll be so right back. You'll be impressed. You'll be impressed with how back I will be. have a problem finding it. I have a problem finding the gel. Which is a problem, I guess. I'm gonna have to take it later. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, gosh darn it. Where's the gel? Where's that gel? The gel is not gelling. The gel's not gelling with me today. The gel's not gelling. Jelly beans. Gee shucks. Heavens to Betsy. True. True. Okay, is it time? 7 minutes to the thing, I guess. And we're gonna call in and we're gonna cause problems as I do. As I do when I call into people. Oh wait, already. Zerse or whatever, the pit. What is Wick streaming? Is it already on? Is it on? Is it started? I'm gonna get into the waiting room or whatever. It's about to start. Or no. It's an old thing. Men discuss solutions to women's problems. Wait, hold on. Oh, that was yesterday. There's no call-ins today. False advertisement. Today they're gonna be discussing some boring topic. Oh God. Never mind. Was excited to call in. Haze? It's a type of fish that can change its sex at will. Oh yeah, Haze means chest in Hebrew. You remembered well. It means chest in Hebrew. You remembered it well. Yeah. It does mean chest. Okay, let's just watch the debate. Let's just watch the debate between non-smoker and that other guy. Just, oh God. That one's gonna be something else. Let's watch it. Oh
That-
God. Oh gee, oh me, oh my, oh no. A non-smoker debate. That one's gonna be epic and awesome. I'm sure. I'm gonna be amazed. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Okay.
Bloop.
I never ate that fish.
Deactivate.
Is there a reason why they're being so quiet?
Yo,
Howdy.
Hello.
Smoker, how's it going?
Hello, non-smoker. Hello.
what's up? How's it going?
It's been a day, but we're get it through it. We're gonna get through
God,
it.
I don't know.
Hey, he's got taquitos, okay? So
got
he's
taquitos.
definitely.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see who has the worst take here. I'm betting this guy, but
I don't like to eat on stream
I would be still polite to Sansol, but oh, never
normally, but
mind. I said my piece on non-smoke.
time
Make
made
an
it so
exception for
that
us.
it's either this or wait till after to eat, and I don't think I can handle both of you talking about the Holodomor without something in my stomach. So
Or are they just gonna
I
agree?
see. Are those 7-Eleven taquitos?
no, they're a Walmart brand, and I just put them in the microwave. So all good.
You're a high-class guy, Wick.
It's cheap and it's easy.
Wow. That's a joke that's very easy for me to make. So I'm just gonna not make it. I'm just gonna skip it.
That's all I need, buddy. All I need.
Can you get to
Sure.
it?
Okay.
Hello, Emily S.
So first of all,
First of
thank
all,
you both. for agreeing to come on. Sansol was the one that reached out to me to moderate this, and I appreciate that. So I'm very grateful for you being here. To my audience, we are going to be debating.
How many people watch this actually? 714 views. That's not a lot. How many subscribers does Wick have? 5.85. So bigger than me. 5 times, basically. I didn't know that people needed this thing called food to survive. What even is this thing called food? Non-smoker blaming America for the Holodomor was not on my... Okay, that's gonna be a debate. Oh god. Oh no. This one's... How old is this? 7 months ago? It's not even that old. It's from 7 months ago. It's not even that old. Hold on, what? I'm gonna count on my fingers. Oh, it cannot be. Holy. Wow. Wow.
The Holodomor. The ins and outs of it. We're going to go into detail the cost.
With... Oh, Wick has a sense of humor.
Causes, the motivations.
We're gonna get into the details. Wick has such a brilliant sense of humor. I guess it's unfair to say Sansol got banned for being anti-Semitic. He's just so silly that he got tricked into saying very anti-Semitic things.
Behind it. How bad was it? Was it a purposeful thing? Was it simply an accident?
Listen, Sansol will always be better than non-smoker. I stand by this. I stand by this with my whole being.
Who's at fault, if any? There's also
the audio's alright, yeah. The audio's okay, yeah.
angles to tackle this from, but we're going to let our debaters here lead. I am simply going here to make sure that no one talks over the other, that everyone gets a chance to speak. If I can't understand what you're saying, I will ask for clarification, because if I can't understand what you're saying, likely my audience does not either. And so that will be helpful. I might also ask questions to kind of guide the discussion if it spirals out. But we'll do this until you guys
No, I mean the video, not me.
are done. So an hour, 2 hours, we'll see how it goes. But
I assume the entire audience here is familiar with non-smoker, right? I assume the entire audience here understands why I'm not the biggest fan of this person here.
we might, if you both...
Well, he's very anti-Ukraine. Let me just put it that way. And he has insulted a friend in a very hurtful way.
They're willing, have audience questions after. So the audience members will call in and can either ask either of you questions. But we'll see how it goes. Are there any questions from either of you before we begin?
Not on my end.
Nope.
Okay. With that, we're going to let console open first. What do you think?
So, when speaking about genocide, intentionality is often the most important thing to prove or to create.
Well, not often. In the legal UN definition of genocide is the thing always to establish intent. So it's not often, it's always the thing you need to establish, you need to prove. If we are going by the UN definition, then you always have to establish the intent, not just sometimes or often.
Enough.
I mean, you can infer intent from the actions as well. There's been trials, genocide trials, where sort of the intent was inferred from the actions themselves.
Enough of a case to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was some sort of intentionality behind the killing of a group. Not only does there have to be intentionality, but it has to be a specific kind of group. So nationality, ethnic groups, religions,
Keep
race.
in mind again that the definition has been narrowed down because the USSR did not like certain groups to be included in the UN definition.
Groups.
I have to actually point this out every single time genocide is being discussed.
For this debate, it seems like my opponent here has a standard that we need to see something that proves the intent in order for him to change his mind.
I mean, yeah, you do need something that proves the intent. Yeah, that's the standard within the UN. Yeah, yeah.
Now, when we talk about genocide, there's multiple different ways to prove this intent. We can look at functionality or intentionality, right? When people talk about the Holocaust, was it a functional thing? Like, oh, well, was this a bottom-up plan? You know, they wanted to get rid of the Jews, but was it because did they put them into this industrial style, death camps so that they could do that? Or was it an intention?
Oh gosh, Sonsol is not very, I don't know, well spoken. I don't think I'm the best spoken person in the room, but I don't know. This is a pretty awkward opening from Sonsol. He's I don't know. I don't know how to put it even. He seems lost a bit. He does not seem confident and coherent in his opener.
Thing from the very beginning. It was the grand plan from the very beginning. This is a legitimate debate, but nobody questions whether or not it was a genocide, right? There was intentionality to kill a specific group of people. I'm going to be here today to prove that
non-smoker gonna be a Holocaust denier tonight.
There was intentionality to prove that there was a distinct character to the treatment of Ukrainians, not just in Ukraine, but in other regions of Russia during the Holodomor. And I'll go ahead and let non-smoker go.
Non-smoker, you're up.
Muted.
Hey, all right, yeah. So,
what a scumbag! Like Holodomor denier, anti-Ukraine. It's a full package with this guy. It's just ridiculous.
I mean, it's tough to say where to go with the opener, but I'll try.
I reviewed this guy's debate about Ukraine over a year ago when I was still a VTuber with falsetto voice. You know, I've debated this guy's debate a long time ago. Dylan Burns. I was still a VTuber then, and already this person was a scumbag then, scumbag now, scumbag forever. It's like a full package of scumbaggery. Even though my voice is not falsetto anymore. My voice has changed, but this person has not changed in the slightest. You know, happens. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, my core argument is very simple, straightforward, and to the point, which is...
Yeah, you know, you're very simple. One could call you a simpleton, even.
maybe it might, to make things perfectly clear, I'm going to outline a couple things that my argument is not. So, and it actually sort of contradicts some of the stuff Wick said. But to begin with, my argument is not that the Holodomor did not happen. My argument is not that Soviet collectivization didn't cause the famine.
Hold on, I have to listen to this again.
The Holodomor did not happen. My argument is not that Soviet collectivization didn't cause the famine.
Okay.
I believe the Holodomor absolutely
Tankies are so brain dead when it comes to the topic of the Holodomor, by the way.
happened 100%. It's historical fact. There's no dispute of that whatsoever. I also believe that it was caused largely in part due to Soviet collectivization policy and the massive failures of such. What I
Yeah, of course.
tend to argue rather is more along the lines of what Sansol was talking about, i.e., whether or not it was a genocide, which really hinges on the premise of whether or not there was intent. And that really isn't, as Sansol kind of insinuated, that really isn't my precise definition. That's actually the definition of the UN in the Genocide Convention. Anybody can Google it right now and look at Article 2.
Yeah, and can you answer this one question? Is the only question why the Holodomor is even contested as a genocide? Because some people contest it and use argumentation why it's not. Some people sort of contest that it is and use argument what it is. But the very reason why it's even contested is exactly because the Soviet Union insisted that the social group be crossed out of the definition and political group to be crossed out of the definition. If those two groups were not crossed out of the definition, then we would not even be having a discussion on whether or not the Holodomor was or was not a genocide. Just putting it out there. It would be such a open and shut case that nobody could be able to argue it. Just saying. Just saying.
The prelude to which, or the beginning of which, really says, in the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent. So there's just no proof of intent. And that's the entire argument that I really want.
There's actually a lot of proof of intent. Let's hope, I don't know, let's hope Sansol here touches on all of the points. Again, all you need to do as an English speaker, I'm going to do a little bit of I hope I have it here somewhere. All you need to do as an English speaker in order to be okay with sort of arguing your way through the Holodomor, all you need to do is read Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands book. That's all you need. And you'll get enough information to be able to navigate the conversation about the Holodomor pretty confidently. The Tankies actually hate Timothy Snyder, by the way. Just putting it out there. Tankies hate. Bad Empanada hates Timothy Snyder.
Want to make, but in a bigger way, and I'll make this really quick. I think that even though we are arguing about the Holodomor and whether or not it was a genocide, for me, this topic really stretches into a lot of the discourse about tankies, MLs, communism, and all that stuff.
Okay. He did a whole lecture. Who? Timothy Snyder? About the Holodomor?
My name is Abby Kratz. I'm very happy to be able to be here to welcome you.
Oh, about the Bloodlands, yeah. Yeah, it's a good book. I'm still reading it, but it's a very good book. Yeah, it might be worth watching, yeah. We might watch this on stream. It is a history stream, after all. It's a history channel. Although I don't think it'll get us a lot of butts in the seats, but it's worth watching.
online in general. So I'd be interested in having that discussion as well, but wherever we go, I'm pretty open to whatever.
Whatever.
That I guess we'll start off
How
with a response from console. But yes,
nice.
if this tends to go beyond the scope of the Holodomor and into general imperialism, talking about socialism, communism, capitalism, etc., that's fine. But for at least the beginning of this, let's stay on the Holodomor. Is that okay? Good for
What's
everyone?
wrong with your audio, Wick? Fix it.
Everyone? Cool. Okay, console. What you got?
Yeah, so I have
This
a paper
annoying sound that it pick, pick, pick.
here. I'm going to just go ahead and quote one quick paragraph from it, if you don't mind.
Come on.
According to documented correspondence between Stalin and his closest circle in the summer of 1932,
Wait, hold on. What is he
documented
quoting?
quick paragraph. I'm going to just go ahead and yeah. So I have a paper here.
A paper.
I'm
okay.
going to just go ahead and quote one.
Wonder whose paper is
one
it?
quick paragraph from it, if you don't mind. According to documented correspondence between Stalin and his closest circle in the summer of 1932, Stalin stated that a massive Ukrainian resistance front had been formed from ordinary Ukrainian peasants. In particular, he affirmed that they had refused to deliver agricultural goods to the state, which were required to supply food for Soviet cities and export.
By the way, I'm just gonna say that it was a point. It was a part of a broader Stalinist thought that the peasant question was fundamentally a national question. That the peasants were sort of representatives of the national question.
Let us emphasize that the issue of the Ukrainian peasants,
Which means that by targeting peasants, he targeted the Ukrainian nation because to Stalin, the peasant question was the national question. And I have quotes to sort of demonstrate this if need be. If somebody needs me to read Stalin's own quotes about this.
peasantry was highly crucial for Stalin since the peasantry was the driving force behind the nationalist movement. Therefore, destroying the Ukrainian peasants meant destroying the most strong nationalist force capable of challenging the Soviet leadership. Stalin had written to his close associate, Lazar Kaganovich, I hope I said that right, that we are at
Kaganovich, yeah.
risk of losing Ukraine, referring to the fact that Ukrainian leadership is riddled with nationalist and foreign agents. Now, after this, what Stalin
And of course, Poland was also heavily implicated into the whole theory.
did was to dispatch a whole bunch of groups, including the famous Molotov of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, over to Ukraine and the North Caucasus. In particular, let me make sure I'm going to say this the correct region here, because there were a bunch of regions that were affected by the Kuban. The Kuban region, which is directly across the Sea of Azov from mainland Ukraine, where Mariupol is. So, when we look at where he sent these agents, where he sent these,
Also, there's a pretty interesting quote of Stalin basically saying that starving Ukrainians is acceptable, that taking away grain from Ukrainians is acceptable, but scolded the commissars for doing the same in Georgia, saying this will destabilize this region. It is acceptable in Ukraine, but it's not acceptable here in Georgia. That's a pretty significant quote from Joseph Stalin.
people from the NKVD, the secret police of the early Soviet Union. They were all places that had majority or extremely high concentrations of Ukrainian citizens. When we look at the impacts of collectivization from other regions of the USSR, in particular in Russia, where there were high concentrations of Russian ethnic people,
We're watching a debate on the Holodomor between non-smoker and Sonsol from 7 months ago. Ridiculous spectacle.
The policies of collectivization were not only not implemented at the same level, meaning there were more private farms, but the punitive actions were not taken out nearly as strong as in the specific regions of Ukrainian ethnic or majority. So I guess like if that isn't enough just on at the beginning here for us to say that there was some attempts to destroy the Ukrainian people, a national group, in whole or in part, I don't know how we can go forward with the debate if we can't.
Shouldn't
agree.
it be more of a back and forth than this sort of lecture style?
That was at least genocidal in concept?
I guess we won't go much further then, because there's no way I could interpret that as genocidal. I mean, unless I hope I'm understanding your argument correctly, and also, and I hate to be like
I don't
this,
think you understand any arguments correctly. You said once in a debate that you get confused and you sort of don't know what's going on when a person explains their case in more than 5 words. So I'm not sure if you ever understand any argument.
this. I'm just out of curiosity. I want to know where that source is from. I'm not denying it because obviously it pulls
100%. I'll go
from-
ahead and link it.
Yeah, if you
well,
could.
I can do it in our little private chat here. 1 second. I have like 15 windows open with a bunch of things. Let me see here. So this is
But,
going to be
uh,
on
No,
page.
just to-
the
just
bottom.
Oh yeah, non-smoker as an audience actually. Well, that's a really sad thing to contemplate, isn't it? Non-smoker actually has an audience.
does
Hey,
that
oh,
just
right,
for
right,
my
right.
edification.
Yeah.
How big is non-smoker? Hold on. How do I find that guy's channel? How do I actually find this guy's channel? Hold on, maybe. Nope. I have no idea. I have no idea how I'm supposed to find this person's whatever, anything. I have no clue. Whatever.
Can you,
It's fine.
non-smoker, specify what about what Sansol just said is in dispute? So, you said in your opening that you don't deny the Holodomor occurred, there's a mass starvation, and you also don't deny that it was due to at least in part, to the actions of the communists at the time, the Soviets at the time. So, at least to me, what is the dispute then? Like, what is Sansol saying that you take umbrage with or issue with?
So to clarify, Sansol's point just now, as far as I understand it, is that he, or his source rather, has evidence that Stalin was concerned about nationalist elements within Ukraine, and that, at least in part as a response to that, Stalin dispatched members of the party to certain places of Ukraine, and there were punitive measures taken against peasants in Ukraine, thus proving the fact that the broader famine was obviously a targeted genocide against Ukrainians.
Just
To
to be
me-
ultra clear, I didn't just
Yeah.
say to
Yeah.
Ukraine. I said to places where Ukrainian ethnic minorities, or I'm saying ethnic minorities, ethnic Ukrainians were either in high or majority concentrations in that area, which is why I specifically brought up the. I'm gonna have to bring up because I'm not familiar with this area. Not Kabul, because that's another place.
And
1 second.
Kabul's different.
Yeah, Kuban, which is directly across the Sea of Azov, which had a high concentration of both Ukrainian and Cossack ethnic people.
Right. So I, not to be a pain in the ass, I don't know if that's a major distinction, Ukraine and places where the Ukrainian ethnicity is the dominant group, but regardless.
Why is that not? Why? Because if it was just in Ukraine, you could make an argument. Okay,
It's
well, this nationalist
division-wide.
group right
Yeah.
here in this one country is the threat. However,
I'm not
we're
hearing any interesting arguments from either side, by the way, about this whole debate. I hope they. Oh. $80 subscribers on YouTube. And Smoker has. How big is he on Twitch? How big is he on Twitch? God, he's such a small creator. I'm a bigger creator than Non-Smoker. How am I a bigger creator than him? How? That is so bizarre. I assume he was bigger, but then again, at least some justice happens in the world. Oh. Oh God, sorry.
looking at not just the ethnicity within the borders of the Ukrainian SSR. We're looking at the Ukrainian population outside of those borders. How could a nationalist group outside of those borders, which isn't even able to assist, they're across an entire sea, how is that group of people relevant to the same kind of nationalist movement that's brewing?
I still can't believe he's such a small creator. He's so loud for such a small creator. Why does he keep being invited to stuff? Why? Why? Oh. Jesus.
Inside of Ukraine proper.
Right. I understand the distinction you're making. Okay. So in the case of the evidence Sansol just provided, to me, that's not at all sufficient evidence about the broader trend of the famine whatsoever. What it does reflect, and it's actually something that I will agree with Sansol on, just like most scholars do, that
most scholars, can you quote any names? Can you quote any scholars? Oh, most scholars. I highly doubt that the non-smoker here has read any scholars on the subject. I'm gonna be a bit mean. I'm gonna be a bit, harsh. I'm gonna say I believe non-smoker has read no scholars on the subject. Feel free to correct me, non-smoker. I guess I'm big enough to be on your radar. I'm big enough to talk things out with you, huh?
Stalin had a very, serious concern about Ukrainian nationalism. Was that justified? Was it a reasonable concern? That's a whole nother discussion. I would argue that it wasn't. I don't know to what extent Ukrainian
Well, that was the whole cornerstone of his philosophy about farmers slash peasants. I'm sorry to say, the peasant question was to Stalin the national question, fundamentally.
nationalism was a major threat to the stability of the Soviet Union at the time. I actually don't even have enough information on that to say one way or the
Well, then why the hell are you discussing this topic if you don't know?
other. But
That's a
what
pretty important part of this whole equation. No?
I think is still clear, at least to me,
I don't really have information, but you know, even without the information, it's still pretty clear to me. Okay. What are you even doing here?
is that it doesn't indicate that Stalin had this intent to starve Ukrainian peasants.
How can you say that if you're omitting one of the cornerstones of his whole philosophy, namely that the peasant question was a national question? At this point, I can dismiss you completely because you don't know even what you're talking about.
With this famine, to weaponize the famine or weaponize hunger in a way often
Of course, you're not gonna see the intent if you have zero knowledge about the main thing that would inform his intent.
described among other scholars of the subject.
Name them. Name the scholars. Name one. Name one scholar. Do it. Name even one scholar. Come on. One scholar. Throw me a bone.
So Sansel, I mean, you have evidence, what sounds like evidence, that
Do
Stalin
you have any evidence?
wanted to exercise punitive measures against Ukrainians in these given regions.
Yeah, there was policy specific to the Ukrainian region, which I hope Sansel is gonna point out. This debate is over 2 hours long.
Do you think that there's any connection between that and the famine as a genocide? In other words, does that demonstrate that Stalin was intentionally trying to starve Ukrainians in order to destroy the Ukrainian nation, people, state, whatever?
So I can list
People, state,
a
whatever.
couple of things that they did specifically as a means by which to destroy. Again, we both agree on the Convention of Genocide as laid out by the UN, which is the definition that we're going to be using here. A genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. As such, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. It never says what the reason has to be. It says that there is an intention to kill people.
No, it does say what the reason is, dude. It says intent to destroy or in part a national, ethnic, racial.
Intent does not mean reason. What? It's oh boy. Non-smoker thinks that intent is the same as reason, as motive. Wow.
Racial or religious group, that would be the reason. But with
The
all of the things,
reason is just to destroy them?
Quick,
Oh no! What? Are you an idiot? No, that's not the reason. No. Oh God. We have to go back to what genocide is again. Yeah, the reason, right, for genocide, for most perpetrators, or even all perpetrators, is to enact a better world, right, without the group existing that they want to genocide, okay? That's the reason. The reason, like, is wanting to achieve that world without the group. Group being the group is not the reason in itself. The grouping, the list of the groups are just classifications of groups that can be targeted. You know? Groups that perpetrators can view as groups that are standing in their way, sort of. For them to enact that better world.
Wait, hold on. I need to
Hold
understand
on,
this
stop.
really quick.
Stop.
Yep.
Can you
This was
clarify
probably
what your so you have a problem on the definition. As
Well-
Sansa laid it out, you need an intent to destroy, that you don't need a specific reason other than to destroy a specific group. Why is your contention with that definition?
Because he's an idiot.
I mean, I think intent and reason are kind of synonymous, but
No, they're not! They're not! Intent and motive are not synonyms. Are you kidding me? Intent and motive are synonymous terms in this guy's head?
I think the point I was trying to make maybe
Like, let's take today's assassination attempt, okay? Let's go. The guy intended to kill the Prime Minister of Slovakia. Oh, what was his motive? Well, motive and intent are kind of synonymous, aren't they? Dude! Come on. Wow. Holy. Well, what was the... Oh, wait, let's take this further into non-smoker logic. Well, what was the reason he wanted to kill the prime minister? Well, the reason was obviously because he was the prime minister. Oh my god. Oh boy. Wow.
more importantly is
Jesus Christ.
when you go through Article 2, all the points, all the bullet points, A, B, C, D, and E, none of those cover what Sansol's source described as actions taken by Stalin against Ukraine.
You interrupted me before I even got to list off the 4 or 5 things that are listed.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right. But also the idea that
Let's start with
intention.
one.
Yeah, the idea that intent and motive are synonyms is just...
I just want to like lay out really quick. The idea that intention and reason are exactly the same thing is ludicrous. I can rob a bank for multiple different reasons, but I still intend on robbing the bank. I can rob.
Thank you, Sanso. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god. The fact that anyone treats this guy seriously in any setting is... That's the thing about being ESL person. Those Anglo-Saxon Americanites are barely able to speak their own language and have no idea what the words they smugly utter mean. Oh my god.
The bank because I have a sick mother who has cancer and I want to make sure that I have enough money to get her medications and all that stuff, or I could rob it because I'm a greedy bastard, but that doesn't...
Listen, I had zero respect for non-smoker because he was an awful person. Now I have even less than zero respect for a non-smoker because he's an idiot.
That I intended to rob
Those are
a
all
bank.
reasons. But go on. Just clear their thoughts.
What do you mean? Yeah, there are two reasons that I just laid out, but both of them intend on robbing a bank. So intent and reason are two different things.
Yeah, intent and motive are different things. Intent. I intend to rob a bank. What is your motive? My motive is that, I don't know, I played GTA a lot and I decided to be a bank robber because video games affected me in real life or something.
Intention for robbing the bank would be the reasons you're giving.
He's an idiot. He's actually genuinely an idiot. The intentions of robbing a bank would be the reasons you've given? Well, that explains his Ukraine takes. I don't even know what to say. I'm starting to rethink all those debates that he has had in the past. Like, just now it just feels like bullying him, debating him seriously. It just feels like debating a person that's just, I don't know. Is he being serious? Like in the debates in the past that I know he was being stupid in the debates in the past, but not to this level. Not quite to this level. I thought he was just being, I don't know, dishonest or something. But no, it's just... Wow. Okay, I did not see this coming from this debate.
Intending, like intention, the way they're using it in the definition is synonymous with reason.
No, it's not. That makes no sense at all. The way the word intent is used, okay, in the UN definition is they intend to destroy the group in whole or in part. Okay? It means they want to do it. They have a plan to do it. And they will do it. Okay? It doesn't need to be super planned. It can be emergent. But they have the will to do it. That is basically what it means. Okay? Intent. Okay? There's no reason attached to the word intent. Reasoning, you discuss separately. Motive. That's why you have two separate words. Intent and motive. It's not rocket science. It's not complicated. It's not some linguistic higher level. And you need to be a student or a professor of languages to understand, to grasp. It's very simple.
Saying you need to have intent.
I can see that Sonso is going to be struggling in this one because, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Intent to do X. Your reasoning for, in the case of the genocide, is you have this intention or reason. Your reason for doing it is the destruction of a national, ethnical, racial, religious.
He doesn't know what the word reason means, what the word motive means.
Group.
That's a reason.
Oh God. The pain of debating an idiot.
For the Holocaust and the Rwandan genocide were exactly the same.
What?
Because they were both genocides. They both intended to kill a bunch of people.
Okay. See,
However, they both had different reasons.
So look, we're not talking about the Holocaust or the Rwandan genocide. and how
But
they're
we're
different
talking about
from
genocide,
Stop,
so
one at a
these are
time.
relevant.
One at a time.
No, you're not even talking about genocide right now. You're talking about the words intent and you're talking about the word motive. You're not even discussing genocide right now. You're just discussing basic words.
One at a time.
Go ahead.
Would it be helpful if I simply read out the definition of reason and read out the definition of intent? Is that something that'd be helpful to you?
No, because this
matters
is
that much, but if you
the reason it doesn't matter to you, but you
Oh God.
continue to fight on it is because this is your only way of like fighting back against the idea that there
really
was an
not.
intentional
You got
idea.
into the meat of the argument. I just feel like you're saying, you just said that the Genocide Convention mentions that you need to have intent, but it doesn't say that you need to have reason. And
Can you
so
find
to me, I don't
like
I mean, there is a reason. The reason is wanting to have a world without the group. But that's different from intent itself. Okay? It's... Oh, God. I'm flabbergasted.
like
understand
anywhere in the
that process
Convention
is.
on Genocide, what reasons are legitimate causes for calling something a genocide, or
Okay,
is it only talk about the intent to destroy
dude,
these groups?
this is like a stupid thing to get stuck on. I'm fine moving past it. But
Okay.
just to clarify my last position, when
Sure
we're
hope
saying
so.
reasons, like when you mean reason as in why would you go and do something, right? I assume that's what
Yes! That is what that means! Yes! Yes!
you mean by reason.
And
Like
why you do a thing you do.
the motivation, right? So Article
Yes, the motive. Yes. Correct.
2 mentions for something to fall under the category of genocide, the perpetrator, supposed accused perpetrator, needs to have demonstrated that they had the intent.
Yes! Intent, which is not the synonym of the word motive.
Destroy in whole or in part national, ethnical, racial, religious groups, and that they took one of those 4 actions, right? So that would be the reason, I would think.
You would think wrong. You would think wrong. Oh, God.
That they gave for actions taken. I think, or I thought the confusion might have been on your part, Sansol, that what they're implying is that as long as one can show that the perpetrator did that thing, it doesn't matter why they actually did it. It just is proof that they committed genocide because.
Oh, my God. No. As long as you can demonstrate that they wanted to destroy the group, they had the intent, the intention was to destroy the group, that's genocide in whole or in part. Right? And why they intended to do that is a separate question, the motive. This is
because they did the act, when that's not at all what the convention is saying. The convention is saying that you need to have demonstrated intent.
This is
So
you know what?
again, I've read this
I don't.
before, and I know I'm the
Yeah.
moderator here, but just for clarity's sake,
I need
So-
to know if I'm like crazy, Wick. So
okay,
please.
you are crazy, but not for this reason. Okay. So when it's speaking, at least in legalistic terms, of intent, did you mean to do it or did you do it on accident? It's the difference between manslaughter and murder. Manslaughter, you don't intend to kill someone, but you do so anyway based on your action. When it talks
Exactly.
about this in the accord, what it's saying is this can't be the result of an accident. It couldn't be like, okay, we just mishandled the policies and it accidentally happened.
that still says nothing of the motive, you idiot. Why are you gesturing like this? Oh God, he's
have to-
such a smug idiot.
Demonstrate that they, by whatever actions they took, they intended to destroy, kill, etc. That is what it's talking about.
Right. That's
But it says nothing of the motive.
exactly what I'm trying to say. Maybe we're just getting confused, but okay, continue.
Oh yeah, your native language is very, difficult for you.
Sansa.
Yeah, sure. So here are it lists a couple of the regions here, but I'll go over the North Caucasus, which
Now I'm not surprised why he's a smaller creator than me. I'm genuinely am not surprised by this. Wow.
is where Kuban is.
So pathetic.
And the Ukrainian SSRs, right? Kuban, as part of the North Caucasus, was the first region where punitive measures against peasant sabotage was introduced, including the system of blacklisting, extraction of agricultural products, including grain and other foodstuffs. Borders were closed to prevent starving peasants from traveling outside of Kuban, as well as to neighboring autonomous republics in the North Caucasus. In the Ukrainian SSR, all available grain funds, including seed reserves, were confiscated from collective farms that did not meet their grain quotas. Fines in kind, in many cases, confiscation of all foodstuffs were widely implemented. The most extensive practice of blacklisting was implemented, covering the whole territory of the Ukrainian SSR and targeting not only collective and state farms, but also entire villages and districts and borders.
So what is his response to this gonna be? That the CIA did it? Is this the brilliant line that we're gonna get? It was all the fault of the CIA? Is that what the line's gonna be?
Were closed to prevent peasants from traveling in search of food and to restrict peasant movements within the Ukrainian SSR. These are the only two regions that implemented any kind during this entire famine, the entire range from 1931 to 1933. These are the only two regions that had specific restrictions on the movement out, so you couldn't even leave to get food, whereas in other areas that were either Russian or other ethnic groups that were not Ukrainian, they were fully within their right to not only go to other regions or other countries, they were free to.
I don't even know if I should, this debate has practically ended when a non-smoker demonstrated the lack of understanding of basic words. Is he even equipped to have this conversation? Is he even equipped to have any conversation? I'm asking this genuinely at this point.
To the cities where there might be food. In Ukraine, where there was food in the cities to a greater degree than there was in the countryside, you couldn't even go to the cities. You were turned around and told to go back and starve at your house. So, I mean, these are the only two regions where these policies were implemented in wide force. Did none of these policies right here imply any intent? Or were these accidents as well?
They imply intent of something, absolutely. They don't imply an intent of genociding the Ukrainian people. And there's a few arguments for that.
Okay. What sort of intent did it point to? What sort of intent does it point to in your mind, in your head?
First one is, there were punitive measures taken against Kazakhs and Russians all throughout the Soviet Union during the famine.
Yeah. I would argue that the Kazakhs were genocided as well. That's a whole different topic, yes. More than one group can be genocided. Just like the Nazis didn't just genocide Jewish people. They also genocided the Roma people. Nobody in their right mind would say, maybe the Holocaust was not a genocide because, not only the Jewish people were affected by the Nazis. The Roma people were affected as well. Oy. That must mean that the Holocaust was not a genocide. Nobody in their right mind would say something like that. But for some reason, when it comes to the Holodomor, it seems like to some people it is fair game to say something like that.
famine. It was not just Ukrainians who were punished. But one example, and I knew this would come up, it comes up every
Amazing. More than one group can be genocided at the same time. What a novel concept.
time the Holodomor is discussed, is the restriction of movement of peasants. And there's an obvious, cruelty to that. The idea that, these peasants were unable to leave their villages where there was lack of food, and they were forced to just, remain there where they were starving. And that's often, considered the smoking gun. In fact, the source is actually a document from Stalin titled Preventing the Mass Exodus of Peasants Who Are Starving. It's from January 22nd, 1933.
Okay.
The thing is, though, that document was actually produced by Stalin and the Politburo for a couple reasons.
Yeah, for the CIA, for the West to be fooled.
The main reason was to prevent the spread of disease. So I can quote Stephen.
Oh, wow! That is interesting. Prevent the spread of disease. If only I could remember one other group in history that contained a group of people behind a big wall in order to contain the spread of a disease. Ooh, wait. Let me think. Let me just think a bit. Oh yeah, it was the Nazis. They did it to Jewish people in Warsaw by closing Jewish people in the Warsaw ghetto and building a big wall because they said they wanted to contain disease and they didn't want people outside of the ghetto to get that disease. How interesting. Maybe the Nazis didn't genocide Jewish people after all. Maybe they just wanted to contain disease. Is that what non-smoker would argue? Completely seriously. That the Nazis actually just wanted to contain disease when they built the Warsaw Ghetto wall. Well, they didn't build it. They didn't build it. They forced Jewish people to do it and finance it.
Kotkin, who wrote the book Stalin Waiting for Hitler, the decree, in any case, was consumed with forming local detachments to enforce a draconian decree on January 22nd, 1933, ordering interdiction of peasant flight from grain-growing regions and blaming local authorities.
Stalin waiting for... Hold on.
Detachments to enforce decree, in any case, was consumed with the book Stalin to prevent the spread of disease. So I can quote Stephen Kotkin, who wrote the book Stalin Waiting for Hitler.
Stalin Waiting for Hitler. The Holodomor policy was part of Stalin Waiting for Hitler. I wonder where the purge of the Red Army fits into Stalin Waiting for Hitler. I wonder where that fits in. Killing the generals, the officers, hampering the modernization of the army, basically crippling the Red Army. I wonder where that fits into the whole Stalin Waiting for Hitler. That is an interesting question to contemplate, isn't it?
The decree, in any case, was consumed with forming local detachments to enforce a draconian decree on January 22nd, 1933, ordering interdiction of peasant flight from grain-growing regions and blaming local authorities for allowing an exodus, which helped spread epidemics and became a weapon for discrediting regime policies. So in the case of that particular policy, there was actually a practical reason for it. But what's interesting is that...
Oh, wow. All you have to do is give an official reason, and suddenly the official reason is true. So in non-smoker's mind, actually, the Nazis did just want to contain disease when they built the ghetto wall. Good to know. Because that was the official reason. That was the practical reason, quote unquote. How interesting. And interestingly enough, Jewish people were also starved within the ghetto. But that's okay. It was just there was a practical reason for it. Interestingly enough, identical to the one presented here.
you look at the statement made by Stalin himself, he actually mentions that part of his motivation is that there is concern of nationalists among Ukraine. He doesn't actually use those terms, but essentially Ukrainian nationalists who may be in cahoots with Polish forces who are trying to.
Yeah, Polish forces. The fact that you're even saying that seriously means that you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to this subject.
Undermine the Soviet Union. An advisor to Stalin actually replied that most of the people who left their towns were not Ukrainian nationalists. They were people who were actually trying to find work to make money to, of course, buy bread and feed their families. So what all of this proves is A, Stalin was an extremely paranoid person, very worried about his authority being undermined. B, that none of these people actually were nationalists. And C, that this
I don't even know what to respond to this. They were not actually nationalists, therefore it could not have been genocide. Again, I refer you to the fact that to Stalin, the peasant question was the national question. All peasants were nationalists in the eyes of Stalin because they were the cornerstone of the national question. You idiot. You'd know that if you actually read any Stalin in your life. You'd know that.
Policy did have a practical dimension to it, although it was rather cruel. But D, and this is probably the most important.
Yeah, Sonsol, the Holocaust apologist. What an interesting side sort of, we're seeing a little bit of a side effect of this whole debate. That's like the non-smoker is coming out as a Holocaust denier. Or, I don't know, apologist, I guess. Because there was a practical component to trapping people in the ghetto, even though it was cruel.
Important part, there's no indication whatsoever that Stalin restricted the movement of peasants simply to make sure as many of them could die as possible, thus demonstrating.
So what was the reason? The containment of the disease. It's the same thing, because he didn't send any medical personnel to help. So that would be just locking them up to die from the disease. So the effect is the same. He's just trapping them to die. You've not made a compelling point that he did not intend to kill them, by your own admission.
That he wanted to commit a genocide, nor is there any evidence that it, quote unquote, as often Ukrainian.
The only thing that you've established is that instead of trapping people to starve, is that he trapped them to starve while being ill. What does that change in this whole calculus?
Sources claim it broke the Ukrainian spirit and prevented any sort of nationalism from spreading because despite the famine, Ukrainian nationalism was, an extremely widespread phenomena for decades after the fact. In fact, the famine itself probably did more to promote Ukrainian.
Oh my God. He is discussing a topic which he has zero clue about. Zero knowledge about. You can see it in the way he's discussing it. Probably did more for nationalism. The spirit of Ukrainian people was crushed after the Holodomor. And were turned into Homo Sovieticus. Like the biggest sort of place where nationalism, Ukrainian nationalism, sort of ignited and spread was Poland. Poland, where the Holodomor did not happen. I told you that non-smoker shows a lot of signs that he was very much far-right neo-Nazi type in the past. He's an idiot! Have you joined the stream just now, Karasu? Do you know what he said before? Before, in this very debate. He said that intent and motive are synonyms. He said that in this debate. He doesn't understand basic words. And he feels that he is equipped to debate topics. Intent and motive are not synonyms, okay? Oh, man. And no, Ukrainian spirit was actually crushed, basically, by the Holodomor. Which is why the biggest sort of nationalist groups, organizations were formed in Poland. OUN did not form in post-Holodomor Ukraine. UPA did not form in the post-Holodomor Ukraine. Or did non-smoker here forget that Western Ukraine existed and that it was part of Poland?
Nationalism then break the Ukrainian spirit in any way?
It did break the Ukrainian spirit. It did, for a long time. The damage that was done by the Holodomor took a really long time to undo. Yes. Actually. This is just... This is just insulting. So many levels.
So there's just no proof that A, Stalin wanted to kill off as many Ukrainians as he could, or B, that he wanted to quote unquote crush the Ukrainian soul or anything like that.
Sure. The Ukrainian soul. What is this language even? The Ukrainian soul.
In none of any of the now about 10 to 12 articles, scholarly articles that I've read, has any percentage of the what's the technical term? The excess deaths in Ukraine or in the other regions of the famine, whether it's in Russia or in Ukraine or in the North Caucasus, did they assign any percentage to widespread infectious disease? I find it really hard to believe that we're going to take the word of one decree saying, oh, well, we're just trying to stop the spread of disease for this to be legitimate. Like, I don't know where that comes from.
There's a lot of sources actually about the spread of disease in Ukraine as a result of the famine. In fact, that's why a big part of why the order came out.
So you're telling me that a bunch of people were starving to death and they got... I let you talk for a very long time, and I thought we could just like have a conversation.
And you're not letting me...
Well, I want to ask a clarifying question.
Ask your question quick, and then we're going to give Spoker some space to answer your question, so you can't interrupt him again after this. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're telling me that a bunch of people were starving to death, and then some of them were sick. So then they were going to say, okay, well, you can't go anywhere to get, medical help or food, which might help with the fact that you're starving to death. You're actually just going to go home and starve to death, and we're not going to...
True.
Think that, oh, well, it was just an accident that all these people starved to death after they were turned away from the borders or turned away from the cities themselves.
I mean, they might have died from the disease, which would make it a lot better, because they didn't spread it. At least they just died from the disease. I already did the parallel to the Warsaw ghettos multiple times. I don't have to do it again.
Well, what I'm saying is that in an effort to stop communicable disease, they quarantined people.
By starving them in their homes while being ill. Is that how current quarantine works? You lock big amounts of people in a restricted area without food or medical assistance. Is that how a non-smoker's head a quarantine works? Because if you do that sort of quarantine, I would say that it's a quarantine with the intent to kill. Okay? Wow. Amazing. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I don't know what that spirit of the people thing is about. Sounds like some sort of new age thing. Anthropologically speaking, Holodomor disturbed the social structure. Non-urbanized areas where traditional family structures with multi-generational households, agricultural activities, and folk arts and practices were the norm. Yeah.
Is
I'm
your
sorry, say it
argument
again?
that these were quarantines then?
Well, okay, to be fair, and let me
Well, to be fair, I am an idiot. I'm
be
sorry,
very
I'm being
specific.
mean. But he deserves it. He just deserves it.
It wasn't a quarantine in the way that we think about it in 2023. It wasn't like shelter in place, nobody's allowed to leave their house. But what Stalin and the Soviets wanted to do, specifically to prevent communicable disease from spreading, which there are many sources of the fact
Is to isolate people and let them die.
that it did during the famine, to prevent it from spreading out of these regions, they wanted sick peasants who were more susceptible to
To die.
illness to not be around non-sick peasants who were also starving and equally susceptible to spread more disease, resulting in more deaths.
I'm. So are we saying that the
Yes, it is. So is flabbergasted by this argumentation. And so am I, quite frankly. So am I.
primary reason that they restricted movement was because of infectious disease, or was it because of the I'm trying to figure out which one of these things you think is the primary thing, because you talked about infectious disease. I find that very hard to believe that there was some massive infectious disease that was going around, even though like in the
There
dozens
was
of
disease. But do you know what caused the disease? Starvation. Because when you're starving, your immune system goes to hell. It goes kaput. And then you can get ill. That is how that works. But I guess Mr. Non-Smoker here is to... Okay, I'm just gonna move on.
10 or so sources that I have up, that none of these things are going to mention infectious disease being a major player in the amount of deaths in the Holodomor,
player.
that it was specifically relegated to places where only ethnic Ukrainians were, where the harshest border restrictions were. Can you please explain to me that, or was the border restrictions primarily because of the paranoia from Stalin, which you also mentioned?
They're both equally related to the actual decree itself. But you don't have to take my word for it with disease. It's a well-documented fact. Stephen Kotkin wrote an entire book. Okay.
I have a quick question. Was it infectious disease, or was this disease as a result of people's immune systems being compromised by the simple fact that they had not eaten in 6 months?
The two are not mutually exclusive. You can be more susceptible to infectious or communicable disease as a result of starvation.
Think that the Russians might have thought, well, we have all these people that are starving to death. They have a bunch of infectious disease now because their immune systems are completely compromised as a result of them, not having any food as a result of us taking all of their food. Maybe the fact that we're taking all of their food away is killing them, and therefore we should do, maybe something else besides keeping them all in their cities and quarantining them, or maybe we should do something else.
Yeah, I think there's something else they should have done would have been provide aid, which, although they didn't provide sufficient aid,
Wait, non-smoker can read? I highly doubt it.
they did provide aid. There's evidence that they increased
provided aid in the first half of 1932, and they stopped providing aid until the
that's
second
not
half
true
of
at all. That's not true at all. Do you have a
1933.
source for that they didn't provide any aid in 1933?
I can show you sources that show that there were the overwhelming majority of the landmass of
But they
Ukraine
didn't
was
provide any
completely.
aid?
Hold on, I'm yes, because the all.
What? Okay, so non-smoker here is making an argument with a straight face that there was some unspecified lethal, I assume, infectious disease, right? During the famine, people were isolated not to spread it, but Stalin actually provided aid and kept providing aid with food, I assume, to the people of Soviet Ukraine throughout 1932 and 1933. So I guess the reason why why millions died was what? Due to that lethal disease? What is he even saying here?
All these towns, all these regions, all these districts were on the blackboards or the blacklist, which means that they were not eligible for any amount of aid, any amount of resources, or any amount of trade with the broader USSR.
That's true.
And certainly not with anyone from outside of the borders of the USSR.
If you don't know about that, then you have no business talking about this topic at all. And if you can only cite one book, then I'm sorry as well. You have no business discussing this topic. If the only thing you can do is, oh, I read a book on this subject once.
Yeah, there is. I mean, I need to know a source on that because I'm super confident that there's zero proof whatsoever that the Soviet Union provided no aid to Ukraine.
Prove it. Prove it. This is not a negative statement. Prove it. Demonstrate that aid was provided to Soviet Ukraine in 1933. This is not a negative. You should be able to provide evidence, receipts for aid provided for Soviet Ukraine. Instead, I have here somewhere in this book of sources a document explicitly describing an org wanting to form to help in Soviet Ukraine and it being forbidden from doing so. So what are we even talking about?
In the second half of 1932 or 1933. In fact, all evidence is to the contrary. And
provide it. Provide this evidence. It's so easy to say all evidence is to the contrary. Provide it. Show us.
Not only did they provide aid, this is once again Kotkin talking about the...
Oh, Kotkin. Can you provide any primary source?
Reduction of quotas. In September 1932, back from his 3-month holiday, Stalin quietly softened his August 7th law. No death penalty for theft of tiny amounts of grain.
No death penalty. How generous. No death penalty anymore. Oh gosh. So it's just the requisition of the grain now, without the death penalty. Now the peasants are free of the death penalty to just starve to death in silence.
Just sentences of 10 years.
Have
been reduced for
just sentences of 10 years.
Ukraine in 1932. Just like skipping around there.
So
Stalin
just to be clear, it was...
If you took any amount of food, small amount of food, to feed yourself when you're starving, you don't get killed anymore. You just get imprisoned for 10 years. Wow, what a softening. This is providing aid, basically. He actually said with a straight face, there's evidence that the USSR provided aid to Soviet Ukraine during the famine. And as evidence of aid, he quotes reducing the death sentence to 10 years for stealing any amount of food. Which, by the way, by stealing food, what the USSR meant by that is that a farmer farmed on the land, grew food, and the food did not belong to the farmer at all. It belonged to the state. So if farmer used any of the fruits of their labor for themselves, that was considered stealing. Let's make that clear, okay? That was what the Soviet Union defined as stealing. If you did work on the farm, the collective farm, you grew wheat and you used any of it to feed yourself, you're stealing. 10 years before it was death. Amazing. What an amazing system.
It was death penalty, and he reduced it to only 10 years.
That's aid, I guess. That's providing aid to the Ukrainians. How lovely. How lovely. I love such aid. It's the best type of aid in the universe.
Yes. Which, again...
It is such evidence of the fact that Stalin had the Ukrainian people in his heart, and he simply wanted to provide aid.
Look.
Sonso looks so perplexed as to what's even going on.
It puts me in a weird position.
It does. It does put you in a weird position to be saying such blatantly stupid things. To be putting forward such, at best, apologia for crimes against humanity, at worst, genocide apologia, depending on, as a scholar, if you are agreeing that the Holodomor was a genocide or not. This is ridiculous.
Because I don't agree with the way that Stalin handled the famine whatsoever. I think it's an obvious sign of an extremely callous and, in many ways, inhumane way of dealing with an obvious crisis. But in no way does it indicate that Stalin wanted as many people to die as possible.
What does it indicate then? Can you explain it to us, Professor Non-Smoker guy?
You can definitely argue, in fact, the scholarship is pretty much across the board in agreement that he didn't do enough to help the Ukrainians or the Russians or the Kazakhs, for that matter. But the scholarship also agrees that there were attempts made.
What scholarship? You only quoted one guy and one book. That's your scholarship?
To reduce the effects of the famine. There was, emergency grain provided to people. Quotas were lowered. Party officials were fired.
Well, you've not demonstrated that emergency grain was given to people. Also, which people? Which people was the emergency grain given to?
Fired. Sentences were reduced. In fact, this limiting of peasants' movements, even though it looks bad, and I understand a lot of the argument against that, it actually was an attempt to reduce the severity of the impact of disease on the people who were starving across.
Again, Warsaw Ghetto. Eerily similar argumentation.
Ukraine. So, all of this is a sign that Stalin didn't want the famine to be as bad as it was, while also not wanting to acknowledge his own failures and the failures of the party.
Okay. Do you know what the blacklists were during the Holodomor?
Yes.
Okay. So we both agree that
For my audience, can one of you explain it?
Yeah, I was just about to.
I was going to say, Sansa, why don't you?
Yeah. The blacklists were it could be either a town, a district, or a region could be blacklisted as a result of not meeting grain quotas for not paying the meat tax, which was if you didn't
The
meet your
meat tax was introduced, yeah, also as a result of Ukraine not being able to meet the quotas. Like, if they didn't have that, the simplified version of explaining the meat tax was if they didn't have the grain, their livestock was taken away. That's the easiest explanation of what it actually was.
your grain quota, then you had to pay the difference in all of your livestock. So if you didn't, produce these things, then you would go onto the blacklist. That means that you are essentially cut off from engaging in
And in
any
fact, if you didn't meet the quota, then you'd have to give even more grain. Because the penalty for not meeting the quota would be that even more was expected from you next time.
economy in the entire world, including the economy of your own socialist, socialist Soviet Union.
And Ukraine is the breadbasket of Europe. This is ridiculous.
So this includes any amount of supplies down to matches, so that they could matches and kerosene, so that they could cook their food. So even if they were able to get food, they wouldn't be able to cook it because they didn't have the supplies available to make a fire. So
Do we even have to go into the cannibalism that happened in Soviet Ukraine during this famine? Is that even going to be discussed? Yes, there was cannibalism.
yes, if there was any aid at all, any region that was blacklisted would not be eligible for any of the aid.
Okay, that's the definition of blacklist. Sure. Can you do you know where the origin of the blacklists come from? Like who was responsible for implementing that policy?
What relevance does that have to the fact that they did this, and you said that everyone was getting all of this aid but still starving to death, when there were
Because
entire
the
regions,
burden-
including almost the entirety of
Yeah.
Ukraine, on the blacklist?
The reason it matters is because your overall argument, at least as far as I know, is that there is evidence of a Soviet policy or various Soviet policies which are
Several policies. You could just crack open the Bloodlands book of Timothy Snyder. He actually describes them in detail.
designed to purposely make sure Ukrainians suffered the brunt of the starvation and death and misery, and
I'd say
that
so, yeah.
this piece of evidence, the blacklist in particular, is one
It's
of
part
your
of it.
smoking guns that Stalin and the party
It's part of it, yeah.
wanted to purposely make sure that Ukrainians in particular suffered more than other groups. Is that correct? Is that an fair assessment?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay,
I kind of
the
missed
reason it matters
second
is
sentence.
Just so you know, this is a very dishonest and Weasley way of describing this. Because you know what? I'm gonna say this. Genocide, the definition of genocide under the United Nations is not genocide is when one group suffers more than all the other groups. Genocide is when there is an intent to destroy a group in whole or in part. It's not when one group suffers more than any other. That's one. That's number one. Number two, more than one group can be genocided at the same time. It's basically like saying that during World War II, because we're going to World War II again, that Jewish people were not genocided because they did not suffer any more than the Roma people. Because the Roma people were affected as well. Right? Yeah. Exactly.
There, but
the reason it matters is because you would have to tell me, and I obviously I have a response, maybe I should just say this, that the blacklists actually came from the Ukrainian Sovnarkom, right, or the Central Committee. They blacklisted multiple villages in an effort to, appease Stalin and try to maintain grain quotas, because, as a matter of fact, during this famine, there were many Ukrainians who were understandably, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, trying to undermine the collectivization effort in an attempt to feed themselves.
When? When was it? When did the Ukrainian peasants undermine collectivization? Give us a timeline. Give us sources, give us a timeline, because I know what he's referring to, and it happened before the Holodomor. The whole undermining the collectivization. That happened before. Stalin needed to back off of collectivization at the time, actually, because the peasantry started to revolt against the collectivization. A lot of them even ran away to Poland. It was a mess, yes. And starvation started at that time as well. But then the peasants sort of revolted against collectivization. And then Stalin was like, oh, we're drunk with success, so we gotta slow down for a bit. But then he introduced it more slowly, boiled the frog, boiled the, in the water. And then before Ukrainian peasants knew it, they were fully trapped in the collectivization system, at which point they were at the mercy of Stalin. So I'd like to see that timeline. When did that undermining of the collectivization happen? Because that is a pretty significant question. But I just doubt I will hear any answer, and I just doubt I'll see any sort of source explaining what actually happened, what the exact timeline of events was.
So this policy, although brutal and horrible, is not a sign whatsoever that Stalin and the party wanted to kill Ukrainians just to kill them. It's something that happened as a punitive measure against this group, which was unfair and wrong, but it doesn't indicate whatsoever that they wanted to kill off Ukrainians just for the sake of, reducing Ukrainian nationalism or, purifying the Soviet Union or something like that.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Ukrainian Soviet authorities were the ones that created this. Who did they answer to?
Well, it's not actually. So, despite what most people think, the Soviet government is not designed such that Stalin literally is at a big switchboard and just does everything. It's a complicated system, and many of the decisions.
Okay, explain the system then, because you don't seem to understand it. You don't really seem to understand it. What were the troikas? What were the troikas? Who are the members of the troikas? Explain that to me. Explain the system to me, non-smoker. Because it's so easy to say, oh, it was complicated. Oh, okay, then lay it out. Explain it. Explain how the chain of command within the Soviet Union worked. I'm patiently waiting.
Taken by the Ukrainian SSR and
You really, that Stalin is the worst kind of person to say that about, by the way, because he was an extremely hands-on person, even in his private life. Like he actually later in life had like this garden of his own, and there are still sort of descriptions of how he every single day micromanaged that garden by giving orders what needed to be done. He was an extremely hands-on leader, so just this is nonsense. He wanted reports on everything.
The Central Committee there were responsible for the famine's conditions being so bad. Now, the truth is they were acting to appease Stalin, right? It wasn't like they were doing it just on their own.
Why did they want to appease Stalin?
Because everybody
the previous group of leaders at the Ukrainian SSR. Hold on,
Hey,
we gotta every single time every single fucking time I say one thing, you go on a 5-minute long speech about it, and I just want to have a conversation.
Both of you, we're gonna let Sansel make his point, and then you can respond, non-smoker. Sansel, make your point, and then
Oh God,
non-smoker, go ahead.
Okay, so the Ukrainian SSR, he's not even listening right now because he's talking, but the Ukrainian SSR did have new leadership in the second half of 1932. This is true. Why did they have a new group? Because the people that asked for help or wrote letters to Stalin from the Ukrainian SSR, there was a purge, yes, in the middle of 1932 of Ukrainian SSR people who either were demoted, sent to gulags, or outright killed. Yes, this was one of the first purges
Who were
in.
By
Do
the way, Ukrainian intelligentsia, artists, and many other types of people that would be creating the elite of the nation, sort of intellectual elite of the nation, were executed at the same time that the Holodomor was happening, which is an important component of this whole puzzle, just so you know.
And do I have to have a list
You
of
should
all
know
of their
some names
names?
if you're going to make that claim. That's a major claim. That you're
I
saying.
can find you. I can find you. I can go through all of my sources. I can control
Tell
F
me,
them.
who
But
was
instead
it
of,
from the
but
Ukrainian
do you?
Central
Okay,
Committee
I want
that
to
was
like know one
asking
thing
for
before I go through and like control F on all of my sources for this one. Do we agree that Stalin purged people that disagreed with him or that he saw as going against his wishes on policy?
Stalin, of course, purged people as a ruler all the time for disagreeing with him.
Then
But
why are you acting so
fucking
incredulous?
finished, dude. This is fucking ridiculous. Where
It's
the guy
ridiculous.
won't let me answer a fucking point without talking over
If
me.
we
It's
look
like-
at the speaking time in this debate,
Sansel,
you have
Sansel,
spoken way more.
You have asked
I'll
him
let
a
him talk.
question. Sansel, you've
I'll let
asked
him
him a
talk.
question. You've got to give him a chance to answer the question. And I will repeat the question for my audience. Did Stalin purge dissident leaders or leaders who displeased or leaders who failed to obey sufficient...
Leaders. We're no leaders. We're followers. Leaders.
etc. Whereas was purging, and by purging it means usually killing them, was that a part
Yes,
of
bravo.
Stalin's modus operandi? Yes or no?
Bravo.
Yes, Stalin did purge officials all the time. What I'm disputing is the idea that Stalin purged officials from the Ukrainian Central Committee who were asking for help, thus as a means to make the famine worse in the Ukraine.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
The famine worse in the Ukraine. Asking for help, thus as a means to make the famine worse in the Ukraine.
I'm not hearing that incorrectly. He says in the Ukraine.
Help, thus as a means to make the famine worse in the Ukraine.
Okay. What's your evidence that they did that?
Of
Sansel?
course he says that.
I'm sorry. I have like 50 things. I didn't think
Okay,
that this
while
would be something
Sansel's-
that's in. Yeah, I didn't think this one
Okay,
would be in
Sansel,
fucking
gather
contention that there was a
gather
purge.
Gather
So
that. Let me ask, while he is doing so, if he can give you a list or sufficient evidence that, yes, that the people who previously had ran this specific region, I'm not sure the exact term for it, the SSR, I believe.
This dork has an audience. I
of-
don't know how big the audience is, but he does have an audience, which depresses me greatly.
of Ukraine, if they were purged due to disobedience, failure to meet the standards, etc., would this be at least sufficient evidence to you that there might have been one of the motivations for the new Ukrainian leadership cracking down so hard was an attempt to not get purged by Stalin?
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you just repeat the very last part of that question?
Sure.
I understood the whole.
No,
framing of
that's
it.
fine. In order to not get purged, like their predecessors did, they perhaps engaged in very draconian policies that they otherwise would not have had the previous group not been purged.
Honestly, I'm not even against admitting that it's entirely possible that part of the reason to appease Stalin is to avoid getting purged, sure. But I would argue back to that a bigger motivator would probably be that they wanted to move up in the party bureaucracy through high performance. I mean, it just stands to reason. Like, yes, there were purges in the Soviet Union committed by Stalin and under Stalin.
Okay.
In fact, many people were purged after the Holodomor in the around the 1936-37 time period, including some of the members of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian SSR. But which would also probably disprove Sonsol's point that even if he could find a source that said Stalin got rid of.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but saying the Ukraine is like to imply it is a territory, or it is, yeah, it is implying that it is a region rather than a country. Yes. Correct. Because this person is an extremely anti-Ukraine person in general. When it comes to the Holodomor, when it comes to the current war in Ukraine.
These people because they were less, willing to go along with what he wanted, and put in other people that he liked more. Well, he killed all of not all of them, but many of the people who were put in place after the sacking in 1932. But I think, the Soviet bureaucracy was structured in a way that advancement in the party relied on being dishonest. It was like a pretty much universal feature in the system that people wanted to lie about the performance of industrialization. Sorry, I just got a fucking stupid chat thing. Lie about basically the achievements of their particular committee, right, to try and advance.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything?
Reason, and sometimes a very dogmatic adherence to, Marxist-Leninist doctrine, and just this overwhelming belief that everything had to be done a certain way in order to be truly communist.
Irrelevant.
Those were just as much, if not more, motivators to lie than the fear of getting purged.
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. Of the 20 fucking links that I have open right now, it's gonna be really hard to find exactly the thing that I read just about 30 minutes ago. This isn't really that important, and I don't want to sit here and fucking control F on 20 tabs while he gets to spout out more stuff to muddy the waters, because this ultimately isn't that important. Ultimately, I would like to hear some explanation for the other parts of this argument that we've been talking about. Why is it that the regions that had the harshest punitive
Policy.
measures imposed on them were the places that had overwhelmingly high Ukrainian ethnic populations?
Makeup.
Why is it that the precursor to this was Stalin, in that quote that I read at the beginning of this, talking about Ukrainian nationalism being a huge problem, and that we're in danger of losing Ukraine, and we have to do something to stop it. Subsequently, increasing all of these punitive measures, sending out his top agents, again, Molotov, one of the most infamous people in Stalin's regime, why are we discounting all of these things?
I wonder if non-smoker is also at the nihilist of the Ribbentrop-Molotov while I'm at it. I wonder if he'd take the Hakim route with the whole Ribbentrop-Molotov. I would not be surprised at all to hear that he was. Unironically, I would not be surprised if he was, but
things as intention to snuff out Ukrainian nationalism by means of killing as many.
What happened, Wick? What the hell? Her profession. I'm not even gonna finish.
Ukrainian peasants as possible.
I mean, admittedly, I feel like I didn't quite catch every single point you just made, but I think I get the gist of it.
Repeat it back to me, because if there's...
To be fair, I am a bit of an idiot.
There's something important.
Okay, maybe you could just run through those. So which things do you want me to respond to in specifically?
I want to know why it was that the harshest punitive measures happened in areas where there were the highest concentrations of Ukrainian ethnic people. Why is it that these measures were implemented immediately after Stalin, in letters and in telegrams to his officers, said that we are in danger of losing Ukraine? Ukraine nationalist sentiment is strongest in the peasant class, right? And subsequently, the overwhelming majority of the deaths that happened as a result of during the Holodomor were of Ukrainian peasants directly as a result of all of these policies. Why did it not happen in the cities where the workers, the proletariat were, only where the peasants?
Actually, in the cities, Ukrainian cities, people starved as well. Not to the same extent as in the villages, where the peasants starved. But yes, in fact, starvation was a huge problem in Ukrainian cities as well. It was not a big problem in Russian cities, surprisingly, but, you know.
Were.
Well, I'll start back to front. So the main reason it didn't occur in the cities is because the famine mostly affected the countryside where, the food is produced, right? The heaviest hit areas in the
I'm sorry. If the area where the food was produced was hit the most, like, I'm sorry, the Ukrainian cities have huge queues for food. Okay? Maybe I should also throw out a name. It's Gareth Johnson, right? Yeah. Hold on. No, it was Gareth, journalist. I'm blanking out. Gareth Jones. Gareth Jones. Here you go. Was Gareth Jones the first serious journalist who described the Holodomor without being a USSR shill? Who described those huge queues that were in the Ukrainian cities. Thank you for stream today. I must sleep though, so I will see you tomorrow. If you're streaming, I will stream tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.
in the Soviet Union were all agricultural places, which just is obvious and makes tons of sense on its face, right? The places that are most reliant on the production of food are going to make tons of sense. Soviet Union were all agricultural places, which just is obvious and makes tons of sense. Soviet Union were all agricultural places, which just is the heaviest hit areas in the Soviet Union were all agricultural places, which just is obvious and makes tons of sense on its face, right? The places that are most reliant on the production of food are going to suffer the most during a famine. Second to that, in terms of the harshest. Okay.
What I'm saying is that that's not the. That makes no sense at all. That makes no sense whatsoever. Why would the place that produces the food be most affected by the famine? Like, there was enough crop to feed the people. It was all taken away to be sold abroad. So no, it doesn't make the most sense on its face for the areas that produce the food to be starving the most. It's actually the opposite on its face. It makes no sense at all. Because the cities depend on that food that is being produced in the villages. No? That's one. That's just... How can... The nature of the famine, of the Holodomor, was not that the crop was so bad that there was not enough grain to feed any of the peasants. The nature of it was that it was all taken away to be sold abroad for export. That was the nature of it. There was, in fact, enough grain for the villagers not to starve.
Okay, so
No, I missed. I must have missed something. Can you say that again? Because I feel like I heard you say
so you
something
said,
backwards, and I just want to make sure.
you're asking me if I understand correctly, why did the proletariat in the cities in the Soviet Union or in Ukraine not suffer as much as peasants in the countryside? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. Where does this person think the people in the city got food from? Who produced the food for them? Who?
Yes.
Okay, so the reason is not because Stalin purposely wanted to target the peasants just for the fuck of it. The reason that the peasants suffer the most in a famine is because they're the ones who are most reliant on the production of food to maintain.
And the people in the cities are not? The people in the cities are not dependent on the food produced by the peasants? Where do they get their food from?
Their livelihood, i.e., they need to obviously produce food to eat. But in many cases, peasants, although many of them were collectivized by the time this happened, many peasants are producing food as a job and they rely on food for sustenance, food that they produce. So,
But they did produce enough to be able to feed themselves. It was taken away, along with their livestock. He's not equipped to have this conversation at all. At all. Oh, God. Why is he led on panels about the current Ukraine war? About the current conflict? If he's so stupid. I actually hope to be on a panel together with this person. I actually hope that a panel on Ukraine happens sometime soon, and this person will be on it, and I'll be on it. It will be very interesting to see. For people, not for me.
if there's a lack of overall availability of food and collectivization makes the distribution of food such that food is taken literally away from them, of course they're going to suffer the most.
So is he saying that food is taken away from the peasants, all of the food, and it's given to the people in the cities? I was just partially correct, but like in the cities there were huge queues for just a piece of bread. People were starving in the cities, Ukrainian cities, that is.
Right? Of course, they're going to be the people who suffer the brunt of the famine because they're the most reliant on the production of food for everything, for their own, economic.
And the city dwellers are not, apparently.
Economic livelihood and to sustain themselves. But the reason that Stalin actually really started to kind of shit.
Also, no. In a collectivized system, they're not actually dependent on what they produce for their economic livelihood because they don't sell what they produce. Because what they produce does not belong to them. So their economic livelihood is actually totally independent of that. They're just work drones on the farms that are collectivized and belong to the state.
His pants was that by 1933, the famine did begin to impact the cities. It actually was one of the last places affected by this. And part of that is
and that's
because
when they started.
Stalin wanted to ensure that food networks were such that the cities were able to continue receiving food because the Soviet Union was undergoing industrialization.
Okay, so you're saying that, if I understand you correctly, it wasn't targeting the peasants to take away their food when they were the most reliant on household farms or anything like that. It wasn't targeting the peasants. It was supporting the workers in the cities, and the callous disregard was the reason. Is that what you're saying?
Sort of. Okay, so it's not, to be clear, I'm not saying that Stalin took food from the peasants just to give it to the people in the cities. What I'm saying is,
Yeah, correct. He also did it to sell it abroad, but that changes nothing. Because he could have paused the, even for a few months, he could have paused the whole export of grain and given it to Ukrainian people. And that would have sort of actually stopped the people from dying. It's actually true.
there's a famine and a lack of overall food, and Stalin's highest priority.
Incorrect. There wasn't a lack of overall food. There was actually enough food for people not to die from starvation. But that grain was taken away for export. So that is a lie, that there was not enough food. That's just a lie.
He was making sure the cities were able to receive adequate food because industrialization was the primary concern of Soviet
If I may
officials.
ask, if that was his primary concern, what policies did he implement in order to ensure that this happened?
Yeah, to be honest with you, Wick, I would have to probably do some digging to
Hello. Have I been... Hello, Not Brooks. Oh, phew, Wick is talking about the Holodomor. I was worried I would never see important discussions on it, and now I can finally learn the truth. Oh no! You're actually watching something far worse than Wick talking about the Holodomor. Are you familiar with a creator called Non-Smoker? I can see that Flying Ice Switch is familiar, in fact, with Non-Smoker. You wanna call in? Are you in a mood to call in? We still have some ways to go. Wanna help me? You wanna help me with this? Can't working, okay. So Non-Smoker is this tanky type anti-Ukraine in the current war dude that has taken part in several panels talking about why Ukraine should not be receiving any aid, why actually the Russian perspective on this conflict is pretty valid and, cool. Both sides are pretty bad, but actually Ukraine should not be receiving any help at all. Several panels of this nonsense, several debates with different creators on this topic. And now we're also seeing Non-Smoker here basically saying that the Holodomor was not a genocide because and that is an actual real position that he holds. When Stalin forbade Ukrainian peasants from leaving their villages, it was just to contain a disease. It was just to contain an infectious disease. Which just reminds me of how the Warsaw Ghetto was built by the Nazis when they wanted to limit the spread of the disease that Jewish people supposedly had. Oh yes, and the best thing of all, the best statement that I've heard today during the debate was when Non-Smoker, with a straight face, without joking, said that in his opinion, the words intent and motive are just synonyms. He said that he basically said that when a state has the intent to kill a group in whole or in part, then that at the same time is the reason. So let me give you an example from today's assassination attempt. A person intended to kill the Prime Minister of Slovakia. And non-smoker here would say, if someone asks, what was the motive? Non-smoker here would answer, oh, the motive. Well, the motive was the intent to kill. The motive of the killing was the intent to kill the Prime Minister. Because intent and motive are apparently synonyms in this guy's mind. I have no idea I have no idea what motive this person has. What business does this person even have discussing subjects if he does not comprehend basic words? No, he spent a good few minutes in this debate arguing that in his mind, intent and motive are just synonyms. That was his whole argument, his whole spiel. At what point I just what a guy, what a person. Also consider joining this beautiful page. Hello, vodka. Help me. Oh, I might as well do the whole thing, because I've been visiting organizations that help sort of people that help refugees. I've also visited a refugee house, which I'm going to have to sort of switch gears with. I'm going to have to follow up and sort of maybe change strategies with that place. And when I'm done here, I'm probably gonna go and try to look up some orgs in Ukraine proper. So you can help me. You can help me with this endeavor by being generous and giving Lucy your money. That's it. That's the whole spiel. Okay, we can go back to the debate now.
Really verify that.
Because I think that's going to be the linchpin here. Like,
oh yeah. Also, he does not know that that in Stalin's mind, the peasant question was the national question. So he basically does not even know the cornerstone of Stalin's whole philosophy, whole reasoning in this whole thing regarding the Holodomor.
What policies were in place that ensured in Stalin's mind that the cities were taking care of his priority? And if those policies were punitive in nature towards the farmers in the countryside, etc., I mean, that's a thing, right?
Well, no, we're not talking about the punitive measures. That's actually a different argument. We're talking about why the peasants were most drastically impacted versus, I mean, Sansol's question was, why weren't people in the cities affected the same way?
That they were affected, not in the same way, because, of course, there were some food given to the Ukrainian cities. Some food. People had to wait in long queues and still died on the street. But yeah, you can make an argument that the cities were less affected, sure. Even though the Ukrainian cities were absolutely affected.
Yeah. From the famine, i.e., like, why did they not suffer the same number of starving or dead? And my argument...
It depends on the cities, doesn't it?
Is the fact that due to the nature of collectivization and food distribution, obviously the peasants in this lack of food, were unable to procure food themselves for their own sustenance by skimming off the top or anything like that. There are punishments for doing that.
Skimming off the top. Trying to survive and eat, not to die, is sort of describe the skimming of the top. Very interesting wording. I guess if you're a peasant producing food, you just don't deserve to live.
Also, the Soviet Union's primary concern with industrialization was to make sure these food networks reached the cities first and foremost. Now, it's actually a different argument to say
That is actually also incorrect because the first and foremost interest was to export the grain that could have fed the peasants.
that dynamic was intentional to try and punish peasants and help the people in the cities. What I'm suggesting is that they weren't trying to punish peasants so much as they were trying to make sure the cities got the fucking food in time. And, the peasants unfortunately suffered from the
Also, that was not true for the Ukrainian cities somehow. Imagine that.
immediate effects of the famine. But what I can find for you, it's going to take me a second to find it,
Okay.
is that dynamic in which Stalin was mostly concerned about the cities, such that the famine really became a concern of his towards the end because it started to affect the cities. But,
Which cities?
that might take me a second to find.
Fine. I'm not debating this, so I'll back off and give space to Sansel.
So it wasn't only punitive measures to take all of the grain away. Like, not
The
all
biggest problem was the export.
of these were just punitive measures. As I've listed out a couple of the policies before, some of these were just taking all of the food, right? So like
Yeah, the meat tax was not even addressed by this person, which was a very real thing. The livestock being taken away.
in one of the articles that I have here, first beginning in January 1932, the districts and collective farms that fulfilled their plans were often forced to continue collecting grain in order to cover the quotas of those who failed to fulfill their procurement
Correct. That is correct.
targets. Thus, all remaining grain was taken away, even in collective farms with completed quotas. The practice of so-called counterplan.
Oh yeah, by the way. What is not being even mentioned in this discussion is that the grain used to sow new crops was also taken away. So the grain that would be used to produce new crops was also confiscated, just so you know. So in other words, while making the quotas bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, the Soviet Union also confiscated the means to create the crops that would meet the quotas. Just a little bit of a trivia for you. Interesting policy if you're really interested in, smooth production of grain for industrialization as your main concern.
Was most widespread in the regions lagging behind the collection of grain, such as in the Ukrainian SSR and North Caucasus. Again, the two places that have the highest concentration of Ukrainian ethnic minorities. Although counterplan practice was abolished in January of 1933, this decision came into effect only after the new harvest in summer of 1933. So it wasn't only punitive measures. In addition, like I said earlier, there wasn't just punitive measures taking away their food, because you didn't fulfill your quotas. It was anyone that had food in their homes. They would just walk in and take all of their food.
And
Now,
to be
like,
clear,
I-
Sansel, if I may clarify, who were these people who the food was being taken from?
I'm sorry, say that again? Sorry. I have
Which
a spammer in my
groups
chat.
were having their food taken?
The peasants.
The ones who fulfilled their quotas and the ones who didn't?
Wick.
They took all of the food, even from the ones that filled their quotas, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sansel,
Does Wick have a whatever? Let's not focus even on Wick here.
Fuck, what was I saying right before you asked me a question, Wick? Sorry.
I don't know what you were saying right before I asked you the question. Sorry.
Fuck.
yeah, Sansel, can you give me a source on the counterplans thing?
Yeah, here you go. Let me go ahead.
I actually can't see the show chat right now. Is there a way that you could
I'm just
me the
using. I'm
website?
only linking stuff in the.
Our group chat that we have.
Yeah, our
there.
group chat. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll copy and paste the paragraph here so that you can Control F it. Oh shit.
Gang, while they're doing that and they're looking it up, gang, if you're enjoying this show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button.
True. If you're enjoying this show, join the page, the White Forest page, and I don't know, subscribe and hit the bell and, throw a bone my way, throw a little bit of a donation in appreciation to show me some love.
Don't take away all my grain, okay? Right? Distribute all your resources to me, centralize it on me, and I'll make sure that it goes to good use, and I won't purge you. So yeah, super chat if you got them. Throw me some subs on Kick. We're monetized on Kick. Be
On
great.
Kick.
Great. Really appreciate you. Thank you. Cool.
On Kick.
Okay, so the counter plans thing, my only main argument against this is, and I'm not denying that it happened, I'm not denying the veracity of the source.
Oh.
Is just that I don't see how this demonstrates whatsoever that there's that this policy was in any way intended to destroy Ukrainian nationalism or kill Ukrainians.
I'm sorry. Taking away food from all members of a select group and letting them die from starvation is not any indication of an intent to kill them in your mind?
If anything, it sounds like they're trying to adjust the failure of certain collective farms or communities of producing enough grain. So
What does that have to do with taking all of the food from people's houses, the livestock, etc.?
I mean, do you have...
What does that have to do, again, with confiscating the grain that would be used to create new crops? If you want to maximize the amount of grain produced, how does that make sense in any world? That you cripple the ability to actually sow and produce new crops via confiscation of grain, seed grain, the so-called. How does that make any sense?
Proof of the intent one way or the other, or is
Yeah,
this
actually, the conclusion of the article that I just linked you. Let me go ahead and find here. We'll scroll down to the conclusion. Da-da-da. The 1932 to 1934 famine affected both Soviet Ukraine and the Russian Federation.
There we go. We can even read from the Wikipedia what it is, so that everybody's on the same page. Seed grain. Grain seed saved from one year's harvest to the subsequent year's planting. If you're confiscating seed grain, then how are the peasants even supposed to produce the crops to meet the next quotas? Explain that to me, non-smoker.
However, the statement about fairly similar consequences of the famine in both republics is not supported by demographic evidence. First, the relative direct losses are 4 times higher in the Ukrainian SSR than the Russian Federation. Second, the high famine losses in the RSFSR are mainly concentrated in a limited set of regions with relatively small population sizes, while in Ukrainian SSR, the extraordinary levels of mortality due to the famine was observed in a much larger proportion of its territory and population. Third, an important finding in our research is that there is no correspondence between the patterns of geographical distribution of losses between the two places. The highest excess deaths in the holy fuck, trying to say it too fast. In Soviet Ukraine are mostly found in the central forest. Okay, that part's not important to this. But what they're saying is like even when you're even when you are
let Sanso finish real quick and then we'll get to you, I promise. Go ahead. Sanso, finish your
even
point.
when you are fuck, I'm losing a word here.
Like, I'm sorry, non-smokers are just not equipped to have this conversation.
Controlling for
or
other
any
factors
conversation
like,
for that matter.
Well, let's look at this factor, that factor. The ethnic differences in the amount of deaths, right? Whether we account for weather patterns in all these areas, whether we account for which patterns of policies that were out there. all of these things were higher in the areas where there were Ukrainian ethnic people rather than Russian or other ethnic peoples.
Yeah, so I mean, the abstract of the study is actually pretty revealing. I mean, it just says
Okay.
that what they were attempting to prove in the study with the data, which honestly, I mean, is not even something worth disputing whatsoever, is that more Ukrainians died than Russians, and that there was a disproportionate number of Ukrainians who died relative to Russians who died
So what was the cause? Non-smoker. What was the cause of that?
as a result of the famine. But this doesn't whatsoever prove intent or any demonstrate any relationship between policy and a supposed attempt to kill Ukrainians on purpose. What it proves is that more
I
Ukrainians.
mean, of course you're gonna say that if you don't even understand the basic premise of Stalin's mentality on the subject, that you don't even know that to Stalin the peasant question was the national question. You just don't know that, so you lack the basic knowledge to even discuss this subject. You're quoting a single book by a single author. Have you even read anything on this subject at all?
Died. And that's not something that I would disagree with. I think all the sources are in agreement on that. But what there is no evidence of, and the whole counterplan argument you didn't really respond to, how does the implementation of counterplans not indicate an attempt to make up for failing collective farms and instead indicate an attempt?
I will answer this. This is a very simple answer. Yes, I mean the guy in the top left. He always does this. Oh, so Sino the Sean the Pop. You're familiar with non-smoker then? Is it okay if I ask you where have you seen non-smoker before? I'm actually very interested. Hippy Dippy. This guy was on the Hippy Dippy when it was on. Really? Hippy Dippy with Dylan. I mean, Dylan ran the Hippy Dippy, so I assumed it would be with Dylan, yeah. I think so. That's what I saw him before. Wait, didn't you see the panels in which he was defending the Russian invasion of Ukraine or his debates about the invasion of Ukraine? It was more debate and less hippy dippy. This guy was on hippy dippy? This guy's a veteran of hippy dippy? Oh my god. Really? The guy bottom middle was more debates with Dylan, not hippy dippy. Sorry, I can be confusing. Non-smoker was in hippy dippy. Wait, what did the middle guy debate Dylan Burns on? What happened there? He was more of a ref. What? I watch a lot, so hard to keep track. I imagine non-smoker would defend Russia, but I wasn't there for that. Yes. Wait, I know what the word means. What? Who was the referee? I'm sorry. I got confused now. Wick was the referee, or did Wick debate Dylan Burns? This is Wick, this is non-smoker, this is Sonso. The bottom one is Wick, the left guy is non-smoker, the right guy is Sonso. Wick? Yeah, debater mod, referee, yeah. But that was not on Hippy Dippy. That could not have been on Hippy Dippy. That was with Dylan, but not Hippy Dippy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. I see. So yes, in this debate, which is sort of, in this debate, this guy is denied the Holodomor.
To try and kill more Ukrainians.
Because the
Oh yeah, I was about to explain this. So if one group does not meet the quota and has everything taken away from them, including the livestock, and the other group that meets the quota also has everything taken away from them, including the livestock, and also all the groups have the seed grain taken away from them, you know, the seed that is necessary to produce the next crop, then how exactly can you come out of this and say, oh yeah, there's absolutely no intent that can be pointed to target these people? Absolutely none. There's no intent here whatsoever. How can you even say that under these circumstances? You have to be an idiot. And actually, to be fair to non-smoker, he has, if nothing else, demonstrated during this debate that he is in fact an idiot. So, you know, I mean, I will remind to the newly arrived audience once again that non-smoker has said in this very debate that intent is the same as motive.
the counter plans were mostly given to or mostly implemented in places like the North Caucasus and in the Ukrainian SSR. And you're missing the last sentence there at the end of the abstract. Extremely high losses are mostly found in the regions where repression policies were much more severe than those introduced elsewhere. And
oh, how interesting. What an interesting thing to omit if you're a hack.
Which nationality may be a key factor.
May be a key factor doesn't mean that the authors are definitively arguing that point. And the reason they're not definitively arguing that point is because they don't provide any evidence for that in the article.
Yeah, but I can provide evidence for that. In Stalin's own words, that the peasant question is fundamentally a national question.
How do you know? You've never seen this article. They do present evidence. If you scroll down and you look at the graphs, right?
No, Sanso, the graphs, all of the data prove that more Ukrainians died than Russians.
So
Have you ever read this?
Hold
No,
on,
that's
stop,
not all it
Stop.
says.
Stop.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
You
stop.
can't let me-
A
you
mo-
Don't go to the abstract, go to the whatever. Like, this is ridiculous.
let me respond
A
to
moment,
that.
because I think we could clear this up, okay? With a simple question.
Can we?
So, in the abstract, at the last sentence you read, it says, the more repressive policies were implemented in these regions. Can you, Sansol, point us to which of those policies were implemented in those regions that were not implemented in other
Meat tax.
regions?
I read out those list of policies near
Okay,
the
so it was
beginning of
the
the debate.
previous policies that you mentioned, such as counter plans.
Meat tax.
What were a few others?
Yeah, I can find them super
Please,
quick here, really quick.
Find them really quick, just for my audience, and then after you do so, and
For
if
my
that's your
audience.
claim, then my question to non-smoker would be, and please let him read them out before you answer, please. My question to non-smoker would be, is that not evidence
It's for the best that you have not heard of Sansol, actually.
that they at least had some intentionality to make these regions in specific suffer more than the others?
No, I think it's a much more logical conclusion to reach that punitive measures were taken in certain regions for various reasons, and it had the byproduct of more people dying.
What are those various
There's
reasons?
sorry.
What were those reasons? If not to make sure that these regions suffered more, what would the reason? What would the
There's this hilarious retort often coming from Russian, post-Soviet Russian speaker to a statement Holodomor was a crime of Soviet government. Notice how, yeah, I know. Actually, by most estimates, there were more deaths and displacements occurring in RFSR and Kazakh SSR than in Ukraine SSR. So the whole focus on Ukrainian lost life is kinda something. So even if Holodomor was not under its current legal definition, Kazakh and Russian didn't come out with a scary sounding word like it doesn't. I'm sorry. There is a strong case, first of all, that it is a genocide under the UN definition, and there are many people that have made that case. I have a few authors somewhere around this room that have made a very strong case for that, and also the primary sources that speak for themselves. And even if you do invoke the Kazakhs, the only thing that I can say to that is, I'm sorry, more than one group can be genocided by a state. Again, I've said this before when reacting to this debate. Nobody in their right mind would say, are you sure that the Holocaust was actually a genocide against Jewish people? You know that the Nazis did not just kill Jewish people, right? You do know that actually also the Roma people were affected by their policies, right? You know that also the Roma people died, right? Not just the Jewish people. So how can you say that actually the Nazis targeted Jewish people in particular if so many other peoples died under the Nazis? Come on! Are you serious? Sansol is actually trying to demonstrate that the Holodomor was a genocide, so we're rooting for Sansol in this one, on this occasion.
The reason they would implement these policies?
That's of all the claims that people that deny that the Holodomor was a genocide, this one's by far the weakest. That more peoples were affected. Okay, so more peoples were targeted for death. That's great. It doesn't make it any better.
In one area
because again, the Nazis also targeted more than just Jewish people.
Not implement them in the others.
Okay, so for example, the counter plans. I mean, it depends on the policy, but for example, the counter plans. They didn't implement counter plans to punish successful farms. That doesn't make any sense. They implemented counter plans to
it makes perfect sense if you target the groups.
Try to have successful farms make up for the failures of unsuccessful ones.
Okay, if you wanted to create successful farms, and if you wanted successful farms to take up for the unsuccessful farms, why was the seed grain confiscated? And let me remind for the 5th time that seed grain is the seed necessary, well, for seeding, for sowing, for creating the next crop. Why would you cripple the peasant's ability to create the next crop while also upkeeping the high quotas for grain? Does that make sense? What would the purpose of that be? Please explain it to me, non-smoker.
So it might be a bad policy and a terrible way to resolve an obvious issue, i.e., some of these farms failing to produce what they're supposed to, and a better
Also, the meat tax. The meat tax was just totally ignored. Why would you need to confiscate the livestock of the peasants? What would the purpose of that be?
solution would have been lowering quotas, et cetera, et cetera. But to me, what this demonstrates is, a sort of stubborn commitment to trying to meet goals of collectivization versus some intentional killing of
Save the
peasants.
animals.
Why would you want to kill off your most productive peasants? That doesn't
Because
make any
they were
sense.
being rebellious. That would be the reason.
Yes.
But
But
Sansel,
no,
go
but-
ahead.
Like as the quote that I read at the very beginning of this.
Wait.
You have spoken
Wait,
like
can I
fucking 10
respond?
times more than
First
me.
of all, I'm debating fucking you, not Wick, but I want to respond to Wick's point. So if they were being rebellious, Wick, how is it that they're producing more than all of the other collective farms? If they're meeting these quotas, isn't that a demonstration of them not being rebellious?
No. When I say rebellious, what I mean is they don't want to be
I'm sorry, non-smoker is a real idiot. I don't know what to say.
under Stalin's Soviet Russia anymore.
So they're doing everything they can to meet the quotas? That's your proof of that?
Yeah, they're trying to survive. There's a timeline here that you have not established. When the collectivization was first implemented within the Soviet Union, a lot of the peasants actually did rebel, and a lot of because already then the peasants started starving, because believe it or not, the collectivization is a really bad system. Okay, it's a crappy system that creates worse results when it comes to crops, etc. So peasants started both rebelling and also running away to Poland, for example. Okay, some of them begging for Poland to invade, actually, unironically. And then Stalin sort of reluctantly moved away from collectivization temporarily, saying, "Oh, we are so drunk on our success. The success of the collectivization is so great, in fact, that we actually have to stop it for a bit." And then he stopped it for a bit. The peasants sort of sighed with relief, thought, "Yeah, okay, we won, right? Okay, that nightmare's over." And then, instead of abruptly introducing collectivization like he tried to before, Stalin used the strategy of boiling the frog in the water bit by bit, introduced the collectivization much slower, used different methods to sort of incentivize or even force people to join the collectivization program, or without any other alternative. And then once all the people were sort of before knowing it being part of the collectivization, boom, got you now, you cannot revolt now, game over. That is basically a simplified timeline on how it happened. And then it moved on to the whole Holodomor mess.
I don't have proof of that. It's simply another
You're just
reason.
making a guess. You're just
Yeah, I know, because the people here discussing this subject know nothing about it.
saying obviously the most
Well, you
productive-
asked why they would. Well, you asked me a question. Why would they do this? Why would they want to kill off their most productive members?
I will tell you why would they kill them off. Because to Stalin, once again, for the 10th time, the peasant question was the national question. And he was afraid that Ukraine would want to actually, that the peasants would create a national movement, because the peasants are the armies of nationalism, as Stalin himself said. And he was afraid that Ukraine, through its elites, which those elites were executed, I would remind you, would secede from the Soviet Union. And that's why he genocided them. The genocide being destroying the intellectual elite and killing enough peasants so that the remaining would be pacified Homo Sovieticus. That's basically the rough idea of what was supposed to happen and what happened. Very simple.
That would be a reason, right? If their most productive members were becoming a threat in other ways, they would absolutely.
That's why they did that stuff to the kulaks. We all agree. Hold on.
Let me respond.
I just want to ask a question to you, non-smoker.
Yeah, question in a second. Let me respond.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna ask it right now. We both agree that the collectivization,
But to talk about this, you actually need to know anything on the subject. You actually have to be at least somewhat prepared.
Policies were fucking disastrous, right? They were disastrous because the people who were the most skilled at farming, right, were all labeled as kulaks, and you were either going to join the collective farms or die, right? That is punishing, even if they are.
In fact, the biggest kulaks were not allowed to join the collectivized farms. They were just selected for death. That's a little bonus for you.
Highest productive people. I mean, you can fucking put your hand on your face all you want. You've been talking the majority of the time in this, and you get.
Does non-smoker actually have the audacity to call other people brain dead? After he said that intent and motive are whatever.
Mad every single time I try and get a word in.
Like 5 times, and now I'm debating the moderator, who's like obviously biased and on your side. But I want to respond to his point because it's really important. Wick, you just said that in your view, Stalin must have wanted to carry out counter-planning because he didn't think that these peasants were trustworthy and that
none of these people are actually equipped to have this conversation. That is why you actually need to do some reading before doing this. Which is, you know what? Credit where credit's due. I'm gonna give credit to Lonerbox. Okay? He didn't choose the road of non-smoker and be like, yeah, let's go, let's talk it out, I'm just gonna throw some BS at you. No, he was like, I have to do reading before discussing this even, which apparently non-smoker was. I don't know if he reads anything ever. He quoted that one book, but beyond that, no idea, no clue.
They have some, resistance to being part of the Soviet Union. Okay, can you repeat the claim one more time?
You, again, in the context of why I even said anything, you asked a question. Why would they want to kill off their most productive members? So I listed one possible reason. I am not claiming this is the reason, because I am being a moderator here, but that is a possible reason that you, as a ruler of a country, would want to eliminate some other productive members of your countries because they were a threat to your leadership.
So you don't know?
No, I'm a moderator.
Okay, so I can kind of push that aside then altogether because you don't know. And like you said, you're a moderator, it's irrelevant. But my bigger question to Sansol would be...
Oh, I'm included again. Okay, cool. What's up?
Well, you can, talk to the moderator about that. He felt like he needed to respond to what I was saying.
No, every single time I speak, you get frustrated. So
okay, let him finish his statement, and then I'm going to give the time to you, Sansol, and you will have uninterrupted time to ask your questions, do whatever you would like to do.
Oh my
Non-smoker, finish.
Yeah, really quickly. So, Sansol, maybe you can tell me why would Stalin want to kill the most productive peasants?
I've already answered this, so I guess I don't have to talk anymore.
Okay, so as I said
I've
at the
actually
very beginning of
answered
this,
this.
what the reason for the Holodomor, especially in the Ukrainian SSR in the North Caucasus, was that there was a nationalist sentiment within the peasantry, at least perceived. I don't know whether this is factually backed up or not. I haven't seen any studies.
It doesn't matter if there was a. This is fundamentally missing the point because none of them have actually studied this subject. It's irrelevant if there was a perceived or not national sentiment within the peasant movement, because to Stalin, that was irrelevant. To Stalin, the peasants themselves represented the nationalist movement. It wasn't about the sentiment existing. They were fundamentally nationalist. and led by the elites, the Ukrainian elites, which were again executed at the same time as the Holodomor. They would serve as the army for the purpose of nationalism. That was the whole thing, which was not even mentioned once by any of the people involved in this debate, because none of the people involved in this debate are actually equipped to have it. Unironically. Because none of them actually really care about this subject. I doubt Sonsol is really all that passionate about the Holodomor. Like, this guy is passionate in the sense that he has his tanky brain disease, and he has to defend anything that the Soviet Union does. He actually, to the point that he has to defend modern day Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So this person's just not even gonna verbalize. And this is a moderator, so
on like what the level of nationalist sentiment were in those areas, but whether or not they had nationalist sentiments doesn't really matter. The Soviet Union, the Central Committee, Stalin, all recognized or perceived this nationalist sentiment within the peasants of the Ukrainian SSR. Why did they kill off all these people? Well, because the Ukrainians were the largest group of people that had nationalist sentiment. They were the largest threat within the Ukrainian.
They were the second largest group of people after Russians, yes. So Ukrainian people leaving the USSR would be disastrous for the USSR, yes.
Or within the USSR. So they had to do something to either bring those people in line or to get rid of them one way or another.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, the nationalists were also the people who were complying the most with Soviet quotas.
There's a decent chance his hate for his shirt purchase went towards Ukraine aid. That's pretty funny.
Did I just say that? Wait, what?
So
you asked me what the reason.
Sorry, what?
Quotas.
What did you say?
Nationalists. So if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, the nationalists were also the people who were complying the most with Soviet quotas.
Did I just say that? Wait, what?
So
you asked me what the reasons were, and so I gave you the answer.
So you're saying they weren't nationalists? That Stalin thought they were nationalists with no proof?
I don't. Whether they were or weren't nationalists, it doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter.
Thank you. Finally. Like, someone should brought up the whole whatever.
Because isn't your entire argument that Stalin was trying to target nationalists?
No.
So doesn't it matter if they were nationalists or?
No, he was trying to target peasants because
Stalin.
I'm not gonna repeat the whole shtick for the 10th time.
Targeting an entire group of people based off of some sentiment
in the case of counter planning. It's not an entire group of people. This policy specifically, in your view, was a target of the most successful collective farms, right?
The collection of all of the policies that were implemented across all of the. That's because that's what the argument is. The collection of all the
argument about every policy.
I absolutely can make an argument about the collection.
It might be helpful.
I'm sorry. This is just embarrassing. This is just embarrassing.
Because I think we're getting a little off the rails here. For Sonsol to reiterate his argument concisely.
So proud of himself, that idiot is so happy with himself.
We can look at the collection of policies that were implemented across the USSR, especially in regards to grain and farming. And we can see that there was a particular targeting of a particular group in those things. While these policies were implemented in places like the Volga region, in places like I can't remember which. It's like the central Russian region that also has a large amount of farming. I can't remember which one it was. like there were these policies that did apply there, but the places where they were most heavily implemented to it. Did he just fucking leave? Like, did,
Okay, while he's gone.
No, I'm here.
While he's gone, well, let me read some super chats because we got some super chats in. That's good.
This is so
point.
embarrassing.
Then you can finish your point.
Yeah.
$5 from Skilltree Gaming to say, does this guy think since there wasn't a written signed plan to kill Jewish people that Hitler didn't try to exterminate Jewish people? $10 from Mark Twain's Revenge to say, why the hell?
I want to hear non-smokers' response to this one. I want to hear a response. I want to hear a response.
Would you starve yourself en masse by not farming well to show defiance? Go ahead.
Did you read the first one? I'm a little confused by that.
Well, it says, does this guy, I'm assuming you, think since there wasn't a written signed plan to kill Jewish people, that Hitler didn't try to exterminate Jewish people?
I mean, look.
I would have went for the ghetto example, by the way. I would have went for the throat. I would have went and asked about the ghetto and how the wall was built in order to isolate a disease from spreading. But since none of the people involved in this conversation probably know about this, it's not gonna come up.
This will open up a whole nother discussion, but just to answer him, since you brought it up, there's like shitloads of evidence that the Nazis and their co-conspirators, Hitler, all of these people had every intention to ethnically cleanse Germany and carry out the extermination of Jews. It's probably one of the most well-evidenced, phenomena in history. There's mountains of evidence. There's zero evidence whatsoever that this was Stalin's intention. That's the difference.
Zero evidence.
What kind of evidence did they?
So all the scholars that actually provide the evidence, although those are all incorrect, there's zero evidence.
Bring up when it comes to, I mean, I agree
Zero.
with what you said there. There is a mountain of evidence that the Nazis did want to exterminate the Jews, right?
And now we're going
But
to
was-
the Holocaust.
I've pointed out at the very beginning of this, there are two kinds of ideas of how a genocide can happen. Either functional genocides or intentional, like the intent is just, I want to kill as many people as possible, and this is what our plan is from the very beginning, right? Whereas functional will be, we don't like this group of people, there's a reason that we don't like this group of people, we're going to get rid of them, right? Ideology versus like why we're doing this because it's like a functional thing.
So, I mean, there were literal speeches from Adolf Hitler talking about the annihilation of the Jews. It's written into Nazi ideology and repeated by its many proponents. Its entire propaganda.
What was Stalin's ideology when it came to the peasants? And the question that they sort of formed. Can you answer that, non-smoker? Oh, no, wait, you don't know. Because you've not prepared for this conversation. Oh, no. Oh, damn.
The campaigns were based on the idea of Jews being a, parasitic, problem race of people who needed to be cleansed. Hitler wrote about the annihilation of the Slavs as well and all these other groups. It's like literally the backbone of the entire, political movement. In the case of the Soviet Union, resistance to nationalism does not, in my view, whatsoever, first of all, compare in terms of being a foundational ideological element. We talked last time we did.
Oh, so I guess the NKVD operation, the Polish NKVD operation was not a problem then in Sonsol's mind, in which 200,000 Polish people died. I guess that was not a problem in Sonsol's mind. No problemo. That was just pushing against nationalism and spies and, evildoers.
Debated about Soviet policies meant to maintain the integrity of national minorities. We could go into language, culture, whatever, all these other things. I will grant you that nationalism became a thorn in the side for Stalin, particularly in Ukraine, more than any other republic. But there's no indication whatsoever that the events of the famine, which were far-reaching, although yes, of course, they impacted Ukraine more severely than other regions. There's no indication that that was an intent or intentional by Stalin, and that he wanted to exacerbate that to try to break Ukrainian nationalism. I mean, I think
There is a mountain of evidence, actually, starting from the deadly policies, not allowing the people to leave, the destruction of the intelligentsia, artists, etc. of Ukraine. Like, I'm sorry, is that a coincidence that all of these things just happen to be implemented at the exact same time frame, roughly? Am I supposed to believe that it's all just a happy coincidence? As a lot of tankies would have me believe.
I think the best evidence for that, just again, not even using like a direct
Like, the whole destruction of the elite is not even part of this conversation, by the way.
documented source, is the fact that it objectively failed miserably. If anything, it gave the nationalists tons of fuel to try and recruit supporters during the Second World War with the rise of Bandera. I mean, it just doesn't.
I'm sorry, what?
It just Second World War gave the nationalists the fact that it objectively failed miserably. If anything, it gave the nationalists tons of fuel to try and recruit supporters during the Second World War with the rise of Bandera.
Where do you think Bandera rose, you idiot? Also, Bandera spent most of his life in jail. You don't even know anything about Bandera.
I mean,
you really think that OWN mainly recruited in Soviet Ukraine and UPA? You're an idiot.
It doesn't stand to reason whatsoever. But
where do you think OWN originated? And UPA? Where did that happen? I'll give you a hint. It did not happen in the Soviet Ukraine. The being part of the Soviet, not Ukraine. Just in case anybody thought I said the Ukraine by mistake, I didn't.
You know, I don't know. I mean, if you want to respond to that, or we could go back to your point earlier about all the different policies, because I did have a response to that. I don't know if you want to restate it or hear that now.
I'm not.
Like invoking Bandera here. It just shows that this person has no clue what he's talking about whatsoever. Bandera is hated in Eastern Ukraine.
Just a question for that. If there was an intentionality to target, if it was all about we just want to make sure that we're hitting our grain quotas and we're going to do punitive measures to any group, right? Why were these things not implemented evenly across all of the different regions? Why were these specifically targeted at places like Ukraine and the North Caucasus, right? Like, I have a thing right here. One second. Blah 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 blah. Oh shit. It is important to note that Stalin did not target Russian regions for obtaining extra grain after they had eventually archived in full their grain collection plans. By contrast, in the Ukrainian SSR, the period of grain collections was greatly extended, and the seed requisition for the spring sowing campaign was launched while the grain collections still continued. Why is it that the Russian areas were not targeted, but the Ukrainian areas were targeted?
Right.
Oh, did he mention seed grain?
The grain was grain collection regions for. It is important to note that Stalin did not target Russian regions for obtaining extra grain after they had eventually archived in full their grain collection plans. By contrast, in the Ukrainian SSR, the period of grain collections was greatly extended, and the seed requisition for the spring sowing campaign was launched while the grain collections still continued. Why is it that the Russian areas were not...
Of course, nobody's going to mention that the seed grain was confiscated as well, because that would be too much, I don't know, to learn
targeted
about.
But the Ukrainian areas were targeted.
Right. So, I mean, the fact of the matter is, in terms of the, there's a couple different questions packed into that. So I want to try to get to each thing. The first one, and the most important being, the aspect of targeting. So in the case of targeting, when you talk about that, you list a whole bunch of policies, each of which has a practical explanation.
Yeah. You can put a practical explanation on anything. I already gave this example a few times. The Nazis gave a practical explanation for locking Jewish people in the Warsaw Ghetto. Ironically enough, it was the very same practical reason that was given to Ukrainian peasants to not be able to leave their villages. Spreading disease. You can put a practical reason on anything to excuse anything. And little non-smoker would just eat it up.
It might not be one that you find acceptable for one reason or another, but the fact is they were all implemented for a reason. I'd have to go through each policy to respond to each one. Like we already talked about the restriction of peasant movements. But in terms of why these things were, enacted in a way that they affected Ukrainians more, it's actually the same answer as why more Ukrainians died in the famine. The fact is, Ukraine was a region where a majority of the agricultural production took place in the Soviet Union. And in addition, they had a population which was in many ways, as Wick tried to mention before, most against the idea of being not necessarily part of the Soviet Union, but collectivizing, to a point where, they killed off their own, many peasant farmers, not all of them, many of them killed off their livestock in the process of collectivization. There was an exodus.
That was long, not super long. That was before the Holodomor. Like, I'm so frustrated by the fact that no timeline has been established here. None at all. None whatsoever.
From Ukraine at the time. It was a republic that these people for generations had their own farms, right? Some of them very successful.
Yeah. Much more successful than in the collectivization, by the way. Because collectivization was a very bad system. But that's neither here nor there.
The kulaks, right, who now were being told, hey, you have to consolidate your entire production with a bunch of other people who might not know what they're doing, some of them imported from other places. So, of course, there was...
I'm going to ask the question again. I'm going to ask the question again because you didn't answer it. Okay.
Yeah. So
why is it?
If you let me finish the statement, maybe I will.
You've been talking for like 5 minutes and
Dude,
you haven't answered the question.
Been remotely near 5 minutes. It's
okay,
like
sorry, I'm being a little hyperbolic, just like you're being hyperbolic with the amount of fucking words you need to explain to me why all of the policies were implemented more strongly in Ukraine and the North Caucasus than in other regions where there were still people who were having these policies affected against them.
I'm answering everything you're saying. It's just you don't like the way that I'm saying it, and I don't know what to tell you.
I just want a reason.
I'm not asking you to, I don't know, appreciate the, the verbosity or something like that.
Isn't this the guy that told? I'm sorry. Isn't it the guy that told Dylan Burns in a debate that if you have to explain your case in more than 5 words, then we have a problem? Oh yeah, it's the same guy. It is the same guy. How interesting. Yeah, I remember that debate. I reacted to it when I was still a VTuber, and I spoke in falsetto like this. Yeah, I remember. Interesting. And now he wants his verbose to be appreciated.
But this is just the way.
And just so you know, this happened after that debate. Because this happened in 2023. That debate that I just referenced happened in 2022. At the end of 2022.
That I need to talk to try to hit everything that you asked me. You asked me several questions.
This is one question.
No, it's multiple questions. You asked me, why did these policies target Ukraine? Why did, the impact of that hurt Ukrainians so severely?
No.
Why did...
No.
Okay.
That's not what the
No,
question is.
let me
The
let me
question-
let me reframe the question. Maybe I need to translate the question here. The question is simply, why did they implement these policies in the Ukrainian regions with the at least an heightened perceived nationalism versus the areas that did not have the Ukrainians?
So can I respond to the question with a question, Sansel?
Absolutely.
So do
Which is an absolute thing you should not do in discussions, but whatever.
you think it's possible that there's any answer to that question that could be contradictory to
Anything's possible.
your preconceived conclusion that it had to be the intention that they wanted to kill off Ukrainians?
That is such a stupid question. I don't even know if this question should be entertained. Hey, non-smoker, is there any possibility that the answer to this question does not involve your preconceived notion that it is absolutely not a genocide? What sort of a question is that? Yes, it's possible. There you go. Can we move on? Anything's possible. The sky's the limit. I don't care what's possible. I care about what's true. Like, this question can be just reversed back at him. All things considered. It's just a ridiculous... This is just a...
You think that there's a practical answer to that, that maybe these policies all served a purpose and maybe this happened to be a region that...
Yes, the God... Yes, indeed. God works in mysterious ways. Yes, there's a purpose to everything. Like, everything has a purpose, and only God knows the purpose behind his ways. Yes, correct. That's right.
full of people who were against being
true.
collectivized? Do you think in any way it's possible that there was some
What happened? Oh my...
collectivized? Do you think in any way it's possible that there was some other reason for that? Do you really want to know the reason, or do you want me to just tell you, well, it had to be because it was genocide?
Well, if you're saying that the reason that the policies were implemented more strongly in these regions was because of this heightened sense of nationality, I would say no. Is that not what you're saying?
No.
Implying right
No.
there? Okay, then go ahead.
There
Tell
was
me.
a resistance to collectivization, and
Okay.
which was not only because of nationalism. This is what I was trying to say when I talked about small farmers. The reason I was going on that there's a purpose to this. These small farmers, it's not that they're ardent nationalists.
Sorry.
It's that they're
My whole thing went bad. It's okay. It's fine.
Resisting
and they
collective-
want to support their families with their fucking farm work, and they don't want to be nationalized, or they don't want to be collectivized, so they're going to resist collectivization.
How does so by that logic, because they were resisting collectivization, they're going to implement stronger penalties or punitive measures against those communities in order to bring them into line and make them like collectivization by
Yes.
starving 3.5 to 4 million.
No.
What? Oh my god, is this for real? In non-smoker's mind. In non-smoker's mind, confiscating seed grain that cripples your ability to create new crops, that's a way to make peasants like the collectivization. Crippling their ability to create new crops. That is a brilliant strategy. He's just out of his depth. He has no clue what he's talking about.
The
Ukrainians?
starving was a byproduct of
The starving was a byproduct. It was not because they went into their houses and stole their personal food. The reason that they killed their lives.
Byproduct. This cannot be real.
livestock, like you mentioned earlier, I let you talk for a long time. The reason that they killed their livestock was not because they just wanted to stick it to the man. If they wanted to kill their livestock, like why would they do that if they were all starving to death, right?
See,
They were
Because they didn't do it when they were. Oh my God! Please establish a timeline of events. Please, I'm begging you. One of you establish a timeline of events. Because you're mixing up so many things that happened at totally different time periods.
killing the reason. Oh my fucking God! I let you talk for a long time. I'm trying not to interrupt anymore.
Like 60 times, dude.
Yes,
Chill out.
because you talk for a long time. The reason that they killed their livestock was because there was this meat tax. If you didn't meet your quota, then you have to give.
No, that's not why they killed their livestock. The killing of the livestock happens before. Even you don't have your timeline straight. No, that's not what happened. The killing of the livestock happened at a totally different time. Before the Holodomor.
livestock. Well, if you take all of their fucking grain and all of their personal bread from their homes, what is the only other source of food? The fucking livestock. Why did they kill their livestock? Not to stick it to the man, to fucking feed themselves.
Sansol, the deaths of livestock happen.
No. That's not what happened at all. No. Why would they do that? That makes no sense. If they killed the livestock to feed themselves, that's stupid. Because the meat would be confiscated anyway. Because the USSR took everything. They went into the houses. You just said it. They went into the houses and took all the food, including meat. And livestock that was alive could still produce things like milk. So livestock created reproducible food. So the peasants, once the starvation started, absolutely didn't want to kill the livestock. No, they didn't. They starved. They didn't hide any of the seeds and animals. That's why millions died. And when the seeds and the animals ran out, people started eating people. Yes, that's a topic that's not even been mentioned with a single word in this entire discussion. But yes, cannibalism was very much a thing during the Holodomor. I guess it was just a byproduct of people, of the Soviet Union wanting to make the peasants like collectivization more.
Happened before the Holodomor. The mass killing of livestock started during the early period of collectivization, 1931.
The meat tax that we're talking about here, and the reasons why people were sent to the
like you have many like parents would kill their children to eat them. People would dig out bodies from the graves to eat them. Family members would attack one another and kill one another to eat. You know? There was this very grim description of a child a child that was alive, lying on the ground and other children eating the child's leg. Yes, it happened. All in the name of making the peasants like collectivization more surely in non-smokers' head.
Logs or killed or in other ways punished was during the Holodomor. It was the meat tax was implemented in the second half of 1932, but you can double check me on that.
I will go.
Yeah. So essentially, the meat tax was there to quote unquote shore up or meet the quota while still.
Not really discussed topic among tankies when debating the Holodomor, is it? The cannibalism.
Even if you missed your grain quota, but this was their only other source of food because they have been taking all of their grain, taking all of the grain from the people that grow it, right? Not leaving any amount for them, and taking all of the extra food that they could survive off of afterwards. And past
Yeah,
that,
uh,
that's
the
when
only-
the
the
I'm
only
sorry,
thing I
the last
found
sentence I want to say, the last sentence, past that, the last policy that they implemented, like towards the end of
And
1930.
of course, nobody here is gonna mention the seed grain. You know, again, the grain that is needed to actually produce the next harvest.
Too, and at the beginning of 1933 was directly taking food from inside of their homes to this was allegedly to shore up the amount of grain procurement, but we're talking about like a pound of flour. We're talking about any amount of food that they had in their homes, right? I don't think that
And it wasn't just grain food, it was meat, it was anything that was edible, which is worth mentioning as well.
Any other situation we would ever look at a situation where you're taking literally every means of eating from someone and say, okay, well, they're just too retarded to know that not letting someone eat for several months is enough to kill them.
I'm not arguing they're too retarded. The discussion about
Sorry, I was implying the USSR was retarded, not you.
No, I know what you're saying. I'm not. Okay. Sorry, was that Wick?
No, I'm saying it's fine. Go on, non-smoker, go.
Two things. One, the death of livestock absolutely occurred before the Holodomor. The killing off of livestock started during.
Yeah, and it's unrelated. Stop with this subject. It's unrelated.
In the early part of collectivization, I am scouring my source for that now, but that's
yes, it's
100%
unrelated
true.
to the
In terms of the
Holodomor.
meat
Stop.
tax, the only thing I could find upon a very cursory Google is a Washington Post article, which does not include a source for that and is paywall.
Oh, how well prepared you are for this debate. That you don't even know what the meat tax is, and you hope to find all the sources that you need from a cursory Google search. Bravo. But it's not my problem that you're not prepared for a debate.
So if
Sure,
you could find the source for me,
real quick, yeah.
I'd appreciate that. But the other aspect is the grain procurements, the removal of grain from peasant homes as your evidence that they wanted people to starve. They were taking grain because the government was in charge of distributing it, right? The whole idea was that we can't have during a famine certain people hoarding grain because it's actually going to make it harder to alleviate the famine. So that's not at all a sufficient proof that they wanted people.
Yeah, hoarding grain is when you actually manage not to die from starvation.
To die, or B, specifically Ukrainians to die.
I think the Washington Post article is annoying. Actually, that was written by Timothy Snyder. How interesting. And I would call Timothy Snyder, unlike what the great minds like, I don't know, Bad and Panada would have you believe, is actually a reputable source on this part of the world.
Well, why was it that the majority of the... Sorry, I thought that you were finished right there.
Finish,
because,
non-smoker. Non-smoker.
Really quick. I know you're on the edge of your seat. So it doesn't prove whatsoever that they wanted to kill Ukrainians. What it proves is
it just proves that they wanted to incentivize them to like the collectivization more through dying of starvation, of course.
Were punitive measures taken against people who were hoarding grain, which I agree with. And
hoarding grain during the Holodomor, when all the grain was taken, even the grain that was supposed to be used to create more harvest. Are you an idiot?
By the way, I don't condone, and I think is wrong. Any reasonable person would. But
So when you're talking about the government was in charge of distributing grain, they're not distributing it to the people in rural Ukraine or the North Caucasus because those people are the ones that they were not, because there were 3.5 to 4 million.
Yeah, it's just millions of people died for the memes. Because of course they were giving all the food to survive from the USSR. They just decided not to eat. which, by the way, was a thing that Stalin said, that Ukrainian people starving was a form of nationalist protest. Maybe non-smoker would know this if he actually studied the subject.
People that starved to death there that were having.
Yes, he actually said Ukrainian people are starving, so we have to punish them more because their starvation is a form of protest against us. So we have to break them. That is actually what Stalin has said. Yes. You can look it up, non-smoker, because you're surely gonna see this reaction.
Personal food taken from them on a daily basis. Okay, and for the meat tax thing, I have it's in the same article that I sent you earlier, November 18th and 20th, 1932. Resolutions of the Politburo of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Ukrainian SSR.
I wish he actually said who wrote the article, but
CPC of Ukrainian SSR on measures to strengthen grain procurement that included A, fines in kind against peasants and collective farms that failed to meet the grain quotes, confiscation of meats, 15-month norm, so the amount of that they would be able to produce in 15 months, potatoes and livestock. So not only the meat that they had from the livestock, but also the livestock themselves. And so not only are they taking all of the grain, they're taking all of the meat, all of the potatoes, and all of the livestock. Meanwhile, the people in the rural areas are the ones that are starving to death. The areas that are inside of the cities are not starving to death because all of the food...
That's not exactly correct for Ukrainian cities. Yes, people in Ukrainian cities were dying as well. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Sorry. Sonsol, you're not as equipped for this conversation either, it seems.
From the rural areas are being taken away and given to areas that are seen as less revolutionary because of like multiple reasons.
Yeah, so Sansol, let's not even go by evidence. Let's just go by common sense. If all
this is when you hear this sort of sentence, you know that the person has given up. Like, I'm sorry. I have to say this at this point, and I'm probably, when I see this person live, I'm probably gonna say it to his face as well. You should probably give up in this debate because your brain has given up a long time ago. You should join it. You should join it and give up.
of the food were taken, literally everybody in the region would have died. There was obviously food available to some people. It was not sufficient, right? The food that was provided to people was provided by the state, and it was woefully insufficient because it would have meant missing out on grain quotas. Towards the end of the famine, Stalin, too little, too late, lowered grain quotas and increased aid. I mean, there's tons of documented evidence.
Yes, there's tons of documented evidence. USSR provided so much aid, millions never died. Are you kidding me?
Of that. But again, in terms of all of the stuff you're describing, this is all very horrible and callous and cold and brutal.
Hold on. Let me hear that again.
All of this, there's, missing out on people was provided by the, it was not, would have died. If all of the food were taken, literally everybody in the region would have died.
Millions died, you idiot. Millions. Literally millions died. And people survived through cannibalism.
There was obviously food available to some people. It was not sufficient, right? The food that was provided to people was provided by the state, and it was woefully insufficient because it would have meant missing out on grain quotas. Towards the end of the famine, Stalin, too little, too late, lowered grain quotas and increased...
Yeah, because he didn't want to kill everybody. He wanted to break Ukrainian people.
Aid.
That's the point. I would just remind everybody here that the UN definition of genocide talks about destroying a group in whole or in part. You don't have to kill everybody. You can destroy the group in part.
Tons of documented evidence of that. But again, in terms of all of the stuff you're describing, this is all very horrible and callous and cold and brutal, but it's meant as a punitive measure against peasants.
The punitive measures were not taken
Let
out as
non-smoker
strongly.
finish, and then you can respond, please. Non-smoker.
Yes. No, I can even respond to what Sansal's trying to say. He's trying to say the punitive measures were not taken against groups in places like
To be ultra clear,
Russia.
they were, but they weren't taken in nearly the same amount as in the Ukrainian SSR and the North Caucasus.
Right. So, in other words, let's simplify really, really like drastically here.
I know you like to simplify. Again, I said this at the beginning. I will say it now. You're a simpleton.
It's a punishment, and more people were punished in Ukraine, or more Ukrainians were punished than Russians or Kazakhs. Okay, so you could view that one of two ways: either there were more Ukrainians who were doing things to get punished, or that the state was targeting Ukrainians to punish them. Now, my argument and the core
Your argument is that more Ukrainians did things to be punished. More Ukrainians did things to be punished.
of this whole debate really is that I'm trying to say there's no evidence whatsoever that Stalin wanted specifically to punish Ukrainians. There's a
So you're just actually saying that it was just simply the case that more Ukrainians did things and deserved to be punished. Ukrainians just deserved to be starved to death. Or they just deserved it. They deserved to be punished.
a lot of evidence, though, that Ukrainians resisted collectivization and were probably doing lots of things to try and get.
That is the argument. They resisted. Are we back? Are we back? The internet died temporarily. We back? Oh, I've lost most of the viewers. We're back. Hello, Paul Fletcher. Oh, you're actually writing for the first time today. Okay. What I started to angrily say just before the internet died was, is he too stupid to see what sort of narrative he's building? Ukrainian people defied collectivization, stood in the way of Stalin's biggest project. That's right, that was Stalin's personal baby. He wanted to implement it no matter what. This group stubbornly resisted it, and so this group had to be targeted for punishment, for destruction, for starvation. So non-smoker, by trying to refute that Ukrainians were targeted as a group, single-handedly built the narrative along with the motive as to why Ukrainians were targeted as a group, because they defied the collectivization, so they had to be punished for it. Which side are you on again? What are you trying to prove again? Are you trying to prove that it wasn't a genocide, or have you actually switched along the way, and are you trying now to establish that it was a genocide? I'm losing track right now. Because if the timeline was they defied it, and then they were targeted for destruction, then what do we call it? We have a word for it when a group is targeted for destruction in whole or in part. Also as a part of, also as punishment.
Get out of Dodge in terms of suffering the effects of this famine. So until I see evidence that, yes, Stalin was specifically, or the Politburo, or even the Soviet Central Committee, that they were trying to carry this out to crush nationalism. Until you can prove that, we're just going to keep coming back to this core issue.
Yeah, genocide is not when crushing nationalism. That's first of all. Second of all, I could go to the whole peasant question, nationalist question, but you're too, I don't know. You're too unprepared to even know about it.
If I may,
I think I just want to say one thing. I mean, we can look at intent, and like we said earlier, we can see that there was a negative feeling towards the Jews in Nazi Germany by all of the speeches that were given by Hitler and other Nazi leaders. Right? We both agree on that. The Nazis really didn't like the Jews. Right? They also didn't like Eastern Europeans or lots of different groups. Now, the Ukrainians were mentioned by Stalin multiple times about how we have to reduce the resistance over there. We have a problem. We are going to lose Ukraine if we don't solve the Ukrainian question. This is what I opened the debate up with by quoting him. I can read those paragraph again. Right? Stalin said that a massive Ukrainian resistance front had been formed from ordinary Ukrainian peasants. Right? What was the second quote here? Referring to the fact that Ukrainian leadership is riddled with nationalists and foreign agents, and we are at risk of losing Ukraine, followed by all of the different policies that were implemented the strongest in Ukraine, like to the point where the Ukrainian peasants were not allowed to enter the cities where there was more food, where they were not allowed to leave so that people could not tell anyone that they're starving to death. If we were to take a mother and a child, where the mother didn't allow the kid to ever go to school, the mother didn't give the child any food, right? The mother constantly searched through the child's room to see if they had snuck away any snacks, right? And then the child died of starvation. We would never say, well, the mom's just too fucking retarded to feed her child. We would say, hey, this woman starved her child to death.
Okay. Before you answer that, before you respond, $5 from Skill Tree Gaming, and this goes along with his spiel there, so you can answer both at the same time. Since the Soviets killed all the anarchists...
This is a very silly conversation.
After the revolution, doesn't that show that they'd be willing to starve the Ukrainians for wanting nationalism?
Well, first of all, I would need proof that they killed every single anarchist. They definitely crushed the anarchist movement, but...
It is very convenient how often the in part fragment is left out of genocide definitions, but okay, sure.
Second of all, no, I don't think it would. All it shows is that the Soviet Union would be willing to take out, in the case of just after the revolution, during a civil war, by the way, that they're willing to take out, brutal measures to ensure political control.
Oh, so just like in the NKWD Polish operation, which I guess in non-smokers' mind was okay as well, because that was also a way to get rid of political opponents, which, by the way, was a group that was crossed out of the Genocide Convention because the USSR demanded it. Political groups. How interesting. Isn't that interesting? I think it is. I think it's a bit interesting.
But that doesn't necessarily prove any intent to genocide Ukraine. I mean, honestly...
Political control by what method?
Okay. Well, in the case of following the revolution, outright violence. But in the case...
Talk about the Holodomor.
No, I know. I'm trying to answer you and the chatter at the same time. I was answering the chatter and you jumped in. So.
I know, but because we're ignoring the measures that they took to create this more politically homogenous union.
They're not okay. The politically homogenous union is definitely something that the Bolsheviks wanted. There's no denying that. What I'm arguing is that the desire for a politically homogenous union doesn't indicate a desire to genocide Ukraine. Okay, and but
It sort of does, though. It sort of does indicate they want to destroy the group in part in order to subjugate it. Yeah, it actually does. Believe it or not.
mentioned a whole bunch of shit about you know, the
Not to mention another topic that's not being even, I don't know, whispered once throughout this whole thing. The destruction of the Ukrainian elite. That happened during the Holodomor. Is nobody even gonna acknowledge that happening?
various policies. Honestly, I'm a little overwhelmed with shit that you had mentioned, and then
I know you're overwhelmed. That's because you're not prepared. That's because you're out of your depth. Of course you're overwhelmed. Because you don't know what you're talking about. That will do the trick.
Distracted by that question, but let me try to go by memory. So we talked about the Jews and Hitler and
That will do it. Not knowing what you're talking about will do it. It'll overwhelm you.
Jews, and then that was it. It was Stalin making statements about losing Ukraine. So 1939, January 30th, Hitler's speech, first time he ever describes the annihilation of the Jews to the Reichstag. Okay, very different than a single memo by Stalin expressing concern that because of nationalism and the, you know, growing effects of starvation in Ukraine, that
according to the definition of genocide that you, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you on this one, because by the definition that you want to go by, the UN definition, not Limkin's definition, not any other historian's definition, but the UN definition.
I mean, technically speaking, the UN definition is Lemkin's definition, but butchered, but, you know.
It doesn't require what the reason is, right? It only requires the intent to kill a group of people.
Okay. So in the case of Hitler, annihilation of the Jews, that's intent to want to eliminate a group of people, yeah?
Well, yes.
Okay. Do you not see how that's very different than Stalin expressing concern about losing Ukraine in a single memo?
If that was the only thing that happened.
Yeah, that's great, but you can infer intent through action, not just through memos. If you think that memos are the only way you can infer intent, then you're not very smart. You're not the sharpest tool in the box if you think that genuinely.
Happened, I would agree. That's not enough to prove intent that all of these people died. It's the actions afterwards. I mean, I can read off, you know, he dispatched to Ukraine in the North Caucasus, Molotov and Kaganovich. I hope I'm saying that right. Special plenipotentiaries, where they were tasked with purging and restoring order in local communist groups. They were there to use rigorous methods to compel local communist groups to carry out excessive grain delivery plans. Moreover, reinforcements comprised of activists were deployed from Russia to Ukraine. This group of activists was made up of members of the NKVD, various armed detachments, and police forces who carried out a slew of punitive acts against peasants in order to seize all available wheat, including seed grain, for the subsequent harvest. As a result, it should be argued that the Holodomor was deliberate Stalin's policy, which provided forcefully confiscated food sources, blocking villages and whole regions, prohibiting movement from famine-stricken areas, and forbidding trade in rural places.
Right. So going back to the question, you feel as though the concern about losing Ukraine to nationalism and many of the punitive measures taken is sufficient enough evidence that the punitive measures taken must have been in line with a desire for Stalin to want to eliminate the Ukrainian people.
Well, if you also look at Stalin's writings about peasants and what they meant to the national question, if you take all those elements and put them together, then yes, it creates a picture. But I'm not sure if you're equipped or capable of doing that.
Or eliminate the Ukrainian nation. Supposedly, these punitive measures were not taken to punish people resisting collectivization.
Which were all peasants. So, or a majority, which would mean that the punishment is the destruction of the group in part, which would mean that the intent was what? Huh?
But they were taken to try and crush the Ukrainian spirit. So they were like deliberately being mean. Is that your point, kind of?
They were crushing the Ukrainian spirit by means of killing people and starving them to death, which fits in line with the UN definition of genocide, yes.
So let me ask you this question.
Uh-oh.
Why would Stalin, who you and many people interpret as an absolute ruler, why would Stalin have
Oh,
not
was he not an absolute ruler then? Who was he?
continued this after the Holodomor? Why would he have not have cracked down even harder, especially on nationalist groups? Why would he have not started out?
He did! He did the Great Purge after the Holodomor, you idiot! What do you think happened after the Holodomor? The Great Purge. He did crack down harder because the Great Purge disproportionately affected the Ukrainian regions. Are you kidding me? And also disproportionately affected Polish people in the Ukrainian regions, but that's neither here nor there. He did crack down harder after the Holodomor. Thank you. Good night. It's 3:35 a.m. here, so I'm being a trooper.
Outright killing people? Why would he have not taken any of the measures that, for example, the Nazis took during the Second World War against Jewish people?
Do you think that the only
Because no... You could ask this about the Armenian genocide. Are you stupid? The Holocaust was unique as a genocide. The Holocaust is not a blueprint of what a typical genocide is. That was such a stupid thing to say. Why didn't they take the measures? Because that has never been done before the Nazis did it. This sort of industrialized killing. That's why. But the Armenian genocide was still a genocide, even though they did not take the methods of the Nazis. The genocide of the Herero and Nama people by the German Empire was still a genocide, even though they also did not take the exact same methods as the Nazis, even though they themselves were also German.
only way to commit a genocide is to have an industrial level gas chamber style genocide?
No. I mean, but I'm asking why. Why would he not continue going? Why would he stop exactly when the famine ended?
Because he
achieved his goal, the destruction of the group in part, the destruction of the elite, and he ended up with a subservient Soviet population. And also then he went on to do the Great Purge. So he did continue actually.
because he had achieved his goal. He had killed all the people that had the strongest nationalist.
He did the Great Purge. We're just gonna ignore that, or maybe none of them know about the Great Purge? Is that a secret thing that happened?
Sentiment. He had effective control over Ukraine in.
We're gonna pretend that the Great Purge never happened and that it did not disproportionately affect Ukrainian territory. And then disproportionately Polish people would then, but that's neither, because the next step was to, of course, blame Polish people for the Holodomor. Just so you know.
In spirit and in ideology. At that point, he didn't need to continue doing it, and it would have hurt his broader goal of expanding the USSR because there wouldn't be anyone left to farm grain. Right? Again, the UN definition of genocide does not require that you have to murder the entirety of an ethnic group, national group, or anything like that. You just have to kill it in whole or in part.
Dude, can you just repeat that last part?
Destroy. The word is destroy, not kill. I know that it's nitpicking, but it's destroy, not kill.
Something about his goal of what? Trying to what? With the farming in
Try-
the U.S. before?
He didn't want to kill literally everyone that knew how to. Maybe I wasn't clear, but he didn't want to kill literally everyone that could be able
You're
to
saying he
like farm.
left just enough Ukrainians over so that they could still farm.
It wasn't like we need to kill X amount of Ukrainians so that we can still have enough people to farm. It was we're going to kill enough of them so that they're not going to be able to fight back.
Okay, so how do you explain the fact that they fought back during the Second World War?
Western Ukraine existed, you idiot. Are we gonna ignore the existence of Western Ukraine with 5 million Ukrainians in it?
They didn't fight back very well because they didn't. Did they end up?
How many? Okay, give me numbers. This is this is the stupidest thing ever I have heard in my entire life. Who fought back? How many Ukrainians fought back? Against whom? This unbelievable.
Breaking away? Like, what is the point of that question?
Did they end up breaking away? No, because the Nazis and the Banderists lost. But
The Banderists were from Poland, Western Ukraine, not from the survivors of the Holodomor.
of course, the Banderists.
Yeah, Nazi Germany invaded.
But the Second World War happened far
I-
after. Just real quick, the Holodomor was in 32-33, right? Correct? Am I wrong?
Yes.
The World War II was
The invasion wasn't
quite
the
a bit
invasion
after
of
that.
Germany
They had already
into-
broken their spirits. No.
8 years later. So my point is, 8 years later, I guess Stalin didn't do a very good job of killing all of his potential enemies, such that within 8 years they would rise up against.
You
him.
realize that that's not an argument against anything.
He thinks Own, UPA, and Bandera originate from Soviet Ukraine and from the survivors of the. What am I supposed to say to this? That these people are not equipped to have this conversation at all. Is it gonna invoke Banderites? When again, Bandera is hated in eastern Ukraine. Hated.
That I just said. Oh,
No.
they weren't good enough at killing all the people that had an anti-Soviet notion. Therefore, it wasn't a genocide.
No.
This is why I hate when people discuss Bandera, because they have no clue what they're talking about ever. Ever, ever, ever.
Oh, well, you made the argument. I asked you, why would Stalin have stopped this policy right when the famine ended, coincidentally, if his goal was to just crush all nationalist sentiment? And you said, well, because
Well, he did not exactly have access to Poland and Western Ukraine to crush all nationalist sentiment, did he? He could only crush all the nationalist sentiment within the Soviet Union. What is this?
he stopped because
Does he even know that 5 million Ukrainians lived in Poland before World War II?
he succeeded. There was no threats to his power. And I'm saying if there were no threats to his power and he crushed all nationalist sentiment, why
He
was
did in the Soviet Union.
there a huge nationalist fucking movement 8 years later?
Please, please answer with what I just said. Please, I beg you. I'm begging you. Where did those nationalist movements form? Where? I beg you, answer this. Neither of you prepared. Neither of you prepared for this debate, for this discussion. None of you.
Like the Soviet Union, they starved them to death. They just weren't going to fight back in the way that they had been, there were a bunch.
Read a book. Read a book. There are books on the rise of nationalism in Western Ukraine.
Nationalist before?
Wait, what?
Was Bandera not a nationalist before 1941?
What relevance does that have to what we're talking about?
Where was Bandera born and raised? This is either dishonesty or just stupidity and ignorance. Take your pick.
That would mean
This is a massive
nationalist-
cope argument that,
It's
because he didn't
they're-
literally
they're
kill
like
all
three-
nationalists, therefore
I honestly cannot say. I know Sonsol doesn't know. I can say for sure Sonsol, but I just cannot tell if he doesn't know or if he's being just dishonest here with the whole Bandera thing.
it couldn't have possibly.
Like, I cannot believe this. I cannot believe what's happening here. That Bandera and the Banderites of all people are being invoked in this argument.
Have been a genocide.
It's
This is like saying
Okay,
that, oh,
okay,
well,
we're
because the
gonna-
Germans didn't literally kill all of
Like,
the Jews, therefore they
it's like the blind leading the blind in this conversation. Like, it's so frustrating. None of them know what they're talking about. None of them. Neither the person that's trying to, make the case for the Holodomor being a genocide, nor the person that is trying to make the case for it not being a genocide. None of them know what they're talking about. They don't know the basics.
didn't commit a genocide. They weren't
You're
successful in
getting
their
very
ultimate goal.
How do you even go into the details if you don't know the basic facts of history? How?
It's not necessary. What I'm saying is
It's
that
because this is a cope argument.
Let him respond. Let non-smoker respond to this, and then we're probably going to transition to closing statements then, because gang. Oh, but yeah, respond, please.
Yeah, okay. So I actually just had to double check just for the hell of it. Bandera was born in 1909. He was around a long time before the Holodomor, right? And my argument is that the core Ukrainian nationalist movement survived this supposed effort by Stalin.
I've already commented on this.
To crush it. So doesn't that, okay, what it doesn't prove is that, the famine wasn't effective at stopping nationalism necessarily. But what it does not, what I guess the question it brings us back to is, why would Stalin suddenly stop all of these efforts to punish Ukraine once the famine ended if there was an
Because the nationalist movement or any kind of nationalist sentiment was crushed in the Soviet Union.
obvious nationalist movement that still existed in Ukraine?
He said it! He said in Ukraine! Oh my god, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He has no clue what he's talking about. No clue whatsoever. And it's not the first time. It's not the first time that he's doing this. I'm pretty sure that he's the proponent of the whole CIA coup theory of the Euromaidan I'm positive that he is. Probably. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure at this point that he is. Oh my god. And the worst part about it is that Sonsol doesn't know it either.
Can you prove that there was an obvious national sentiment still in Ukraine after the Holodomor, that they were still capable of like uprising? Did the amount of wait, hold on, were there as many nationalist or riotous or uprisings? Because on the article that I had sent you earlier, there is a list of how many leading up to the Holodomor incidents of riots.
Don't debate topics that you have no clue about. I beg you. Don't debate topics that you have no clue about. Don't
and
do
uprisings
this.
and anti-Soviet direct actions against them versus the amount after. And there was a noted decrease in the a significant decrease in the amount of violent actions towards the Soviets after the Holodomor.
And he's gonna debate it. He's gonna debate it because he has no clue either. This is so frustrating.
Because they didn't have the means to fight back anymore.
Oh,
So,
God.
yes, in fact, there was a major Ukrainian nationalist movement that survived not only after the Holodomor, but well past the Second World War. That happens to be because a lot of these groups were operating from outside the borders of the Soviet Union.
Oh, now you realized, you idiot. But before you said that they survived within the Soviet Union, and now you're backpedaling. Because now you realize that these movements were formed outside of the Soviet Union. You're an idiot. You're a total idiot. No, you cannot just walk this back. You said Bandera survived within the Soviet Union.
So the OUN, or Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, did most of its operations out of Poland and then...
Yes! They didn't do their operations out of Poland. They originated in Poland, you idiot. All of Western Ukraine was in Poland. Did their operations out of Poland. You're so close, and yet so far.
Oftentimes in the United States, they had newspapers in the
Guess why they did their operations out of Poland? Because that was their origin point. In the part of Ukraine that was in Poland.
United States spreading pro-Ukrainian propaganda and all over Europe.
Pro-Ukrainian propaganda. Shut up.
And Canada. In
Just
fact,
shut up.
their official paper, or one of these official papers, Svoboda or Svoboda, I can't pronounce Ukrainian, I'm sorry.
Svoboda, you idiot. Svoboda, blah, 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 Svoboda, blah, blah.
The truth, basically, was actually banned in Canada during the Second World War
Svoboda.
for promoting Nazism. But the point here is that Ukrainian nationalism,
Which means freedom.
no matter what Stalin did in Ukraine, wouldn't have been crushed there because it was a phenomena that spread beyond the borders.
It didn't spread beyond the borders, you idiot. No, it didn't. It absolutely didn't.
There's nothing Stalin could have done to stop Ukrainian nationalism. So the idea
Yes, he did stop it within the borders of the Soviet Union.
that he implemented these policies to try and do so is a total fallacy. It's not even something that was possible or remotely possible.
Sorry.
Please do some. Please say something. Please, I'm begging you. Please say something in response to this.
Like you said that we were going to move to closing statements. I didn't want to step over your moderators.
No, no,
But
I mean,
want to say,
I want to let
like,
this back and forth
I
go.
can. Oh,
Oh yeah, what a victory.
okay. So I can continue. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can
so,
continue.
Like, the idea.
But I'm just
the
warning you.
idea-
We got about 10 minutes. Before.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought that you were going to stop me as soon as I started talking. So the idea that because Stalin didn't literally kill all nationalists all over the fucking world doesn't mean, or it means that there was no genocide during the Holodomor is fucking retarded. And you know that, and I know that. And it was the stupidest fucking point for you to bring up. The idea that after the fucking Holodomor, there wouldn't still be secret people that wanted to break away.
I give up. Neither of them know what they're talking about. None of them. If you're gonna debate a topic, okay, if you're gonna be so passionate about a topic that you're gonna set up a date, pick a day, pick a time, do a whole debate on it, then the least you could do is to read about it. No? The least you could do is to read about the subject. No? Am I mistaken?
Away from the Soviet Union, like that they would all magically be killed. No, that's not what genocide is. That you're 100%, successful in all of your goals for the genocide. All that needs to be proven is that there was intent, that they did the mass killings or the deprivation of life, happiness, whatever the fuck, right? That we both agree on the definition of the UN Convention on Genocide, right? All we have to show is that that happened. It doesn't mean that they have to kill a literal. I'm sorry. Yes, that's what genocide is that we agreed on at the beginning of this debate was that the Genocide Convention UN definition that we have to kill them in whole or in part, that we're going to target a national
Destroy, not kill.
or ethnical or racial or religious group.
Intent. There was no intent.
Despite showing that, I guess this is going to be our closing statements because now we're fucking like looping all over the place because you coped about saying that there were Canadian Ukrainians that were still nationalists that didn't starve to death in Ukraine, so therefore there was no genocide in Ukraine, which is the biggest cope I've ever heard in my entire life. But like, I mean, at the end of the day, we can look at the collection. We can look at the collection of all these policies that were implemented in some measure across all of Russia. I'm not going to lie about that. That did happen. There were blacklists that happened in other places. There were people that were sent to gulags in other places. But where were they implemented the strongest? Where were they implemented to a degree that starved the people to death at a calculated rate? Only in Ukraine and the North Caucasus, places where the largest concentration of ethnic Ukrainians were. Why did this happen? Because Stalin and his cronies, like Molotov and the other guy that I mentioned, had to be sent over to the North Caucasus and to
Kaganovich.
Ukraine to lead the NKVD, the special police, and all of these. I'm doing this as my closing statement. We can look at the.
I don't get to respond and make a separate closing statement.
I would assume that you would respond in your closing statement.
No, I have a response to the specific things you're saying, and I have a broader closing statement on the whole debate.
You can do it both as soon as console is done.
Yeah, like the frustrating thing in this is, unlike the Holocaust for some reason, because everyone agrees that the Holocaust is a genocide, and it would be Holocaust denial not to do it, and everyone hates Holocaust deniers. For some reason, Holodomor genocide deniers will never ever take anything less than Stalin.
It's a very disappointing display.
Sending out a telegram saying, I want to kill as many Ukrainians as possible. I want to literally rape, kill, purge, and murder everyone that has a nationalist sentiment outside of Soviet nationalism. Like, that is the only standard of proof. Again, the last time I talked to a non-smoker about this, I asked him, is that what your standard of proof is? Or if I have, enough circumstantial evidence around it, and a quote from Stalin saying that there was too much nationalist sentiment in Ukraine, will that be enough? And he said
I'm gonna
yes.
pause. Uh, is Riverboat Jack ready to talk to me, by the way? This might be actually a very good opportunity now to talk to Riverboat Jack. Can you go and ask if she'd be willing to talk to me? Yeah, that is a perfect opportunity if it's a fundraiser stream for... Because we'd be talking about progressive victory. Yeah. That is actually a good opportunity from my perspective. Because I'd be talking about progressive victory.
And I feel like I've proven that here in this by citing sources, by linking these sources, and all of that.
Okay. Non-smoker, take it away.
Holy shit, dude. I feel like it might be better not to respond to that whole tangent, but I do want to at least mention we were talking about Ukrainian nationalism. And my question was if Stalin, his intention in being, extra punitive in the Ukraine was proof that he was trying to crush Ukrainian nationalism. How can you account for the fact that A, he stopped being punitive at the end of the famine, despite the fact that nationalists were functioning primarily outside of Ukraine?
How would continuing the policy in Soviet Union stop Western Ukrainian nationalists from existing? This is
and then B, how you can account for the fact that Stalin showed no interest in resuming any kind of campaign against Ukrainian nationalism.
The Great Purge.
Between the time the Holodomor ended and the start of the Second World War.
I guess the Great Purge never happened. That's great.
Where Ukrainian nationalism almost became partially the undoing of the Soviet Union. Sounds like really poor planning from a guy who was obsessively planning nearly everything he did.
I'm sorry, what?
From a guy partially the start of the Second World War, where Ukrainian nationalism almost became partially the undoing of the Soviet Union.
What are you even referring to with the Ukrainian nationalism almost partially became the undoing of the Soviet? What are you referring to?
Sounds like really poor planning from a guy who was obsessively planning nearly everything he did. But if anybody in the audience doesn't believe me,
if you are so great at planning, then why was collectivization such a colossal failure?
On that,
objectively,
something to consider is that
his baby
1933 memo we talked about earlier. One of the reasons Stalin supposedly was concerned about Ukrainian peasant movement was because he said that they are being, contacted or influenced by forces outside of Ukraine, outside of the Soviet Union.
Incorrect. No, that's not why. No.
In Poland. What he was referring to is the OUN. Stalin was well aware.
No, that is not correct, actually. That is bullshit. And even the sources that all this, no, incorrect. No.
The OUN was a massive reaching network that functioned primarily outside the confines of the Soviet Union. So Stalin would have also known that no matter how many punitive measures he took, he wouldn't have stopped Ukrainian nationalism because the networks were beyond.
He didn't care about Ukrainian nationalism outside of the Soviet Union. He cared about nationalism inside of the Soviet Union. When he did the Polish operation in KWD, he cared about killing Polish people in the Soviet Union. He didn't. Oh, there's still Polish nationalism in Poland, so I guess no. You idiot.
Beyond his control. So it's not proof that A, Stalin wanted to crush Ukrainian nationalism completely through punitive policy because he knew that wasn't possible, and B, it's nowhere near proof that Stalin wanted to commit a genocide in Ukraine. There's no proof of that, in fact. There's tons and tons and tons of scholarship on this, and any serious person...
Tons and tons and tons, and yet you've cited none. How interesting. Tons and tons and tons, and then yet you've mustered none. You've quoted one book.
Read it, and they'll come to the same conclusion that I did. What you can find if you want to scour the internet in a very surface level way is a bunch of articles written by Westerners that confirm your political narrative that seem to match up with this idea that the Soviet Union is Nazi Germany and it's all the same. Some authors have actually literally written that. And it's totally
It all comes down to propaganda.
Okay, so, dude, you have such a problem letting people fucking finish a statement, and it demonstrates your like a serious insecurity with your argument. You clearly have no fucking idea what you're talking about. You've never read a book on this. You scoured the internet for the
I'm the only one that cited sources this entire fucking debate.
Let him finish his closing statement.
I'm sorry, he's insulting me right now. I'm the one that linked every single article, read quotes the entire time. He's the one that fucking like hoped at the end, saying that we didn't murder literally every, or the USSR didn't murder literally every single Ukrainian in the entire world.
Stop. Okay, but for real, stop. Let him finish his closing statement, then you can go in.
Yeah, maybe you didn't hear me over all the fucking talking you did. I cited multiple sources. I cited
multiple sources.
Linked any of them.
One book.
I cited fucking Stalin. I cited actual primary sources. I cited Stephen Kotkin.
So did I, and yet you're saying that I never read anything.
You want me to go down the fucking list?
Yes, chat, this is apparently closing statements, but I don't know if it is. But go ahead.
John Archibald Getty, Fogger, Davies and Wheatcroft, Michael Ellman, Hiroki Kuromiya, Ronald Grigor Suni, Stephen Kotkin, fucking primary sources from Stalin, primary sources from party officials, Stanislaw Kosier.
Do I get to respond by reading off the name of every single person that I cited?
Finish his closing statement, or we'll never finish.
You weren't fucking listening because you're too dense and too committed to spouting political bullshit that if you listened to some sources and you listened to...
I'm not even gonna grace this with a response.
Some other arguments, your entire fucking worldview falls apart and you can't handle that. So you have to keep fucking filibustering and talking over me and fucking not listening or engaging.
I mean, I'm waiting for you to finish your fucking statement. If we look at the, do you want to bet money? Do you want to bet money right now? Who spoke more in this debate?
Fucking interrupting.
Do you want to bet money on that?
Sansol, you have become Haas. You have become the person who is fucking talking.
Hey, I'm not the one doing a genocide denial right now. So like,
your moment, turn around and you realize, holy shit, I'm actually the screeching fucking psycho.
Right? I'm waiting for you to finish. Instead of doing a closing statement, you're reading off fucking like 40 names.
Taken a massive L again, and dude, in my experience, you've never won a single debate.
Ever.
Anyone that I've ever watched, not a single one. Not even ones that we've had. Let's expand it out to every single interaction you've ever had online. You're a total clueless fucking moron.
This is the cope of someone that is so insecure in his ideas and all of his sources that he instead has to say that I've never won a debate literally ever. I'm
want to remind the chat, he'll never be a teacher, no matter.
Oh, so now we're insulting my future. Okay, cool, buddy. Like, what the fuck is this even supposed to be? What kind of fucking argument is this?
I didn't trust you to sub my students.
Oh wow! Oh, I'm so hurt.
Okay, well.
Is Wick cute to you, Lucy? Would you date him now?
Oh, I don't know what happened.
I would hate to be one of your fucking students because then I'd be a fucking retarded tanky.
What I would love.
At least I have students, something you never will. Because no one would ever pay you to you're a fucking brain dead idiot.
Oh no! I'm a fucking high school teacher and I'm at the pinnacle of my life, balding and fucking tanky, right? And I'm going to insult someone that has way more potential in his life that could go into multiple.
So where are you going with this?
I mean, I have multiple job prospects in policy writing and in teaching.
Oh my god.
Teaching in multiple different states right now.
But no real job.
I have a real job right now.
Does Sansol suck ass in here?
So, what did Riverboat Jack say?
Here we have someone who obviously says yes, Sansol sucks ass and has no future, versus Sansol who says, actually, wait, guys, I do have a future. Who will win? I don't know, but this is a fun debate. So continue, please.
Well, there's a unanimous agreement.
Wait, are we continuing, or was that closing statements?
I thought that was closing statements, but you decided to yell at each other.
He just wants to tell me that I have no future, which is not an argument for anything that we said.
A bunch of ad hom to me too. It's fine.
Yo, if we're doing a roast
after
session,
you fucking said I had no future.
If we're doing a roast session, we got some people who wants to come in. Thank you, $2.
If we're gonna bring people
fondue.
in, can I run to the bathroom?
Here's some money for the wrap up music fund. Oh, thank you for the $2. But yeah, if you want to roast either of these, if you want to roast Sansol, jump on in while he goes to the bathroom. If you are
Okay,
here to
I can-
roast
I have time?
Sansol, we can open it up for that. But before we do that, I want to give you each a chance to plug yourselves. Where can they find you, non-smoker?
No one should be looking for a non-smoker. Non-smoker should be unfindable. Oh, that was mean. Or whatever.
Yeah, multiple places. You can find me at twitch.tv/struggle session radio. You can catch me on WUSB 90.1 FM in Stony Brook. I host a radio show there every other Monday, 8 to 10. You can find the link in my bio on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter at Twitter or x.com/non-smoker. Both O's are zeros.
Sansol, where can they find you?
Sansol on basically every platform except for Twitter, and which you can find.
Sansol's much bigger than non-smoker. I'm bigger than non-smoker. Okay? I'm a bigger content creator than smoker. Oh my god. Wow.
My friend, Easy Gamer GG.
Okay, and with that, go to the restroom. And
Okay,
if you
cool.
wanna have questions for either of these gentlemen or just roast them, we'll do a brief Q&A. Brief. So jump backstage, !Discord chat. My mods can put the Discord links if that doesn't work, and we'll do that. So yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know what happened at the end there. Very respectful up until then, but yeah, just.
Very respectful. I don't know what Wix, whatever.
Well, I mean, if I could just say a word on that, the reason I snapped, and listen, was some of that stuff out of line? I acknowledge it was. But the fact of the matter is, Wick, I mean, this guy has a serious issue letting me finish a fucking thought. And I acknowledge I'm a little long-winded, but I think to have a conversation, even if someone is long-winded, you have to give them the ability to fully respond before jabbering about some other point. And Sansol has a serious problem. Listen, I honestly don't think he's a stupid guy. All right, maybe a little bit, but he has.
You know what? I think you're a stupid guy. Non-smoker. Maybe I should debate non-smoker on whatever topic he chooses.
This major problem of gish galloping. He jams as many arguments into a statement as possible and makes it such that you really
that could be the first debate in which you'd not see me turn it into a friendly conversation, probably.
Respond, and by the time you try to respond to each point, he's making another fucking argument.
Hello.
Whoa, your mic. I don't know what's up with that, but fix it.
Uh-oh. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what happened.
And we can't
Anyway,
see your camera's being weird too. But your camera doesn't matter.
It always does that. I don't know why. Just want to check in with this Howard Zinn wannabe. Why do you think that so many people disagree with the fact that you're long, eloquent, nonsensical, just going on giant diatribes with not saying anything, trying to back a genocidal authoritarian regime? Why is that okay? Why do you see why you get a lot of pushback on that?
Lots of people agree with me.
Holy shit! You didn't hear anything I said.
You asked me literally, why do so many people not agree with me? And I'm saying lots of people agree with me.
Yeah. You're wrong. That's not okay. A lot of people agree with you. Most people disagree with you. Correct?
I don't know. Can you prove that?
See, this is stupid. This is what you do. You always, during this entire debate, you went from giant macro scale to when you got a little bit of pushback. We have to get a fucking microscope to put any sort of analysis behind your statements. It is disgusting debate tactic. It is actually, I can't believe that people don't call you out more on this.
Okay.
So you can.
Let him respond. Non-smoker, what's your response to the fact that
All right, let's put the 2-minute timer for his response. Go ahead.
This is a very triggered man. I don't know. Something bad must have happened to him today.
Yeah, I had to listen to this debate with you. God damn.
Maybe you should.
Go on. You got 2 minutes to respond. Go ahead. Take your time, as you always do.
That's all the time I need, dude. You're saying nothing of substance.
Oh, you poor baby.
Do you have
All
any
right,
other
well, Sansol, I
questions?
appreciate you doing what you incredibly trying to like talk to a brick wall. These people, especially tankies, are so dense. They cannot. Their religious ideology is so difficult to speak with them because they will not take any pushback, and they see it as to defy the laws of physics to become a black hole itself, where light it does not escape. They cannot get anything through their thick skulls. I appreciate it. Thanks. Thanks, Wick.
Okay.
Oh, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Can I just point out that you're actually upset because someone's giving pushback on your worldview?
No, not at all. I was here to listen to some good points about from a person that supposedly is somewhat of an authoritative figure on this, and instead I got to hear somebody go on and on about nothing, and then when asked one follow-up question, oh, you interrupted me. How dare you? You're interrupting me.
Okay.
No, that's literally what happened.
Okay.
All right.
Well, my friend, I'll see you later.
Thanks, Wick. Bye.
Schizo lib moment?
I need a microphone like that.
Please no. That microphone was awful. But yeah,
Thank you for the historical one.
fair enough. Interesting points. If you're in the audience and you have a thought, or if you have an opinion, or if you want to spout off for a few minutes, again, very briefly, we're having open call-ins. So click that Discord link, jump backstage, I'll pull you in. Matt,
This next thing is gonna be similar, then I'm just ending it right here and there, but because there's no point.
Gene, I see you yelling in chat, but you got to come in the backstage or I can't pull you in. So there you go. But yeah, I as we were saying, I was saying to non-smoker while you were in the bathroom, like at the end there, it kind of went off the rails. Why do you think it went off the?
I think there's probably two reasons. The first one is that he towards the end, I feel like he didn't really have much of a response to the thing that I had to say. So instead, he had to move away to like the broader world Ukrainian nationalist movement. Granted, all of the people that like fled Ukraine for a reason, and that was because they were starving to death. But you know, so that's one. And on the other hand,
Please read a basic book on Ukrainian history. I beg you.
every single time he decides to go ultra. Oh my God! Please, he asked me a question. Non-smoker. Oh.
And I didn't yell at you till way after that.
And this is what my second reason that it went off the rails is that every single time he decides to go aggro on me is when he is feeling super fucking threatened by what I'm saying. Well, now now he feels the need to fucking ultra fucking interrupt, huh?
Dude, you did that to me the whole fucking debate.
I did not do that to you the entire debate. Again, do you want to put money down on who spoke more?
Another fighter has entered the ring.
How much? Okay, if everyone agrees, do you want to put $20 down?
As a dirty centrist.
Hold on, I want to make money. Rick, let me make money.
I will say
How much money would you put down?
Please donate, by the way.
There's two different questions being asked. Did Sansol interrupt? And who spoke more? These are two different questions.
Yeah, I want to know who spoke more.
Are you asking me or the?
Yeah, I'm asking. Do you think you spoke more, or do you think I spoke more?
I really don't know who spoke more. I think I was cut off almost every time I tried to answer.
Do you think that the reason that I might have like tried to interject is to either like ask a clarifying question or try to focus on one point at a time rather than have you go off on 5-minute long tangents?
Is the guest gonna be able to say anything?
Do you think interrupting with further questions as I try to answer the initial?
If they're clarifying questions, yes, and yes, because I know what you're asking.
Dude,
if they're clarifying questions, I do know what you're asking. If I'm asking a clarifying question, I think it's totally valid. I think it's totally valid to ask a clarifying.
So fucking ideological.
Okay, ask me the question. Let me see if it's the exact thing that I think you're about to ask me. Go ahead.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is, don't you think it's valid in a debate to allow your opponent ample time to address all of the questions you ask them without assuming, first of all, that you know what their answer is, A, and B, that you can interject and throw another question at them thus trying to dirty the waters by overwhelming
Dirty
the
the
person with
waters.
questions,
I've never
such
heard that
that,
saying
they're
before.
so busy trying to answer you that
Dirty
they
the
can't actually
waters.
make points
It's
themselves
muddy the
or ask
waters,
you
not
questions.
dirty the
Kind of seems
waters.
like
So
you're
the-
not interested in having a
on.
discussion. Kind of seems like you're interested in trying to just frustrate me because you really don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Unless that's an
Okay, so
actual
you just
saying,
did
'cause
exactly what I was.
doubt it.
Well, number one, that was the exact question that I was going to answer. Thank you
you
very
can
much. And number
validate
two, like this, you're doing exactly what
validate
is the
my
problem?
answer. That's what you
Holy
want.
fucking shit! You're so fucking scared for me to respond.
I know, yeah. That's kind of how it feels from the other end.
Okay,
So
Infallible Al,
the reason
our guest.
I just want to like let non-smoker know something that yeah, it is totally valid to interrupt someone to ask a clarifying question to make sure that we're both on the same page, either definitionally or conceptually. And number two, yes, it is totally valid to interrupt someone when they're going off on a 5-minute long fucking spiel and fucking doing a debate tactic known as a gish gallop, bringing up a bunch of irrelevant points so that I can respond to one at a time, ask you a question, and then you bring up 5 more points. Yes, it is totally valid to try and stick to one point
Infallible
at
Al.
a time.
Infallible Al, you are here. You have the floor. What's your question or your comment?
Last.
It's foul. There's an F.
Oh, sorry. Infallible Foul.
Well, I just want to say, first off, Sansol, congratulations on your potential possible aspect or
Prospects?
Oh, God, prospects. It's been
I appreciate it, buddy.
yeah, it's been a while. We're healing though. We're healing. Non-smoker, you're aware that like when this country was founded, America, that there was a genocide, I could say, of maybe the native population here, right?
Yes.
Do you think Americans are bound to defend that because they're capitalists and they think because they want to believe in capitalist policies, we have to defend the fact that our country did that? Or can we say, yeah, that was fucked up, they shouldn't have done that?
I don't think Americans are bound to doing that. I think people do defend it for that exact reason, though.
Well, that's why I'm wondering why exactly, because you defend Stalin, you can actually, say like, okay, I believe in these principles without saying like, oh, but Stalin was a good guy. When it's proof
Well,
that he would,
I never said Stalin was a good guy.
but you.
He's just a retard. He's not a bad guy. He's just a retard that accidentally starved a fucking like
I can say
multiple
this.
millions of
I
people.
can say this: if Sansol ran the Soviet Union, way more people would have died.
I mean,
I don't
maybe.
even.
It's
I don't know what to
possible.
even fucking say to that. Yeah, I'm not a fucking world leader, and I also probably wouldn't like run the country by like iron fist and try to starve a bunch of people. I probably wouldn't try to do a bunch of collective fucking farming.
He's not a retard. It's possible that there was a major failure in agricultural policy that he was too arrogant to acknowledge and resolve.
They recognized that there was starvation in Ukraine. It wasn't a fucking mystery to him.
Why do you think he's done bad things, but you think
Okay, enough. No, I've had enough. That's enough. We've streamed for 6 hours, for God's sake. 6 hours. You know what? I think we're done. I think I'm gonna say good night. Thank you. If you wanna do a last minute donation, I'll be super hyped for that. And what can I say? 6 hours of streaming is a long time of streaming, so I guess good night. Thank you all. Make it an even 12 hours. If you donate $200, then I'll consider it. $200 and I'll make it 12 hours. There you go. That's my price. That's my price for going 12 hours. If you donate $200, I'll continue. I'll continue for another 6 hours. There you go. Thank you, Sean the Pop. Damn it, not today. Well, my invitation stands. Any day, Vodka, you will donate $200, I will do a 12-hour stream for you. I'll do it just for you. All right. I'll hold you to it. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. Okay, I press end stream and I go to bed. Because I actually have to do things in the morning. And it is morning, so I'll probably sleep 2 hours or something. And then I'll have to leave the house to go and talk about refugees. LGBT refugees while we're at it. A very specific subgroup of refugees. So, good night. We'll see you. Love and solidarity. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Good night.